I can guarantee you he's going to say, do it by the bean.
Today we're going to do soybeans by soybeans, okay?
There we go. I knew it. Oh my God, this guy is stupid.
What does that even mean?
Like, really? This is so good. I'm asking you specifically about the beans, not the calories. I want to know about the beans. So count the amount of beans that the ore come from the beans. Jesus. This guy's literally just one of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life. I can guarantee you he's going to say, do it by the bean.
Today we're going to do soybeans by soybeans, okay?
There we go. I knew it. Oh my God, this guy is stupid.
What does that even mean?
Like, really? This is so good. I'm asking you specifically about the beans, not the calories. I want to know about the beans. So count the amount of beans that the ore come from the beans. Jesus. This guy's literally just one of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Jeffrey. Let's watch, let's pull up another one. I like the Hank Hill one. Where's that one? Is it here? You take it down? Oh, here it is.
You can calculate soybeans by different metrics. You can do number of soybeans. You can do soybeans by calories. You can do soybeans by mass.
Today we're going to do soybeans by soybeans, okay?
What does that even mean?
I work for a living, and I mean real work, not writing down gobbledygook. I provide the people of this community with propane and propane accessories. Oh, when I think of all my hard-earned tax dollars going to pay a bunch of little twig boy bureaucrats like you, it just makes me want to, oh God, it just...
Hi.
Honey, bring me my BC headache powder and a glass of water.
All right.
You can calculate
That's classic.
soybeans by different metrics. You can do number of soybeans. You can do soybeans
I love
by
it.
calories. You can do soybeans by mass.
Today we're going to do soybeans by soybeans, okay?
Hilarious. So, what else we got? Anything? What about this one? I don't even know. Did I watch that? I don't think I watched that one. It looks like I have. Let's watch this one.
Andrew, can I read you something?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to the thread where I originally approached Vegan Gaze because I was being asked by my subscribers to debate her.
Destroy me.
And so she says to me, after I had given her a proposition, she wanted me to reword it. And so I finally reworded it, and I said, vegans wish to abolish and criminalize animal agriculture. However, the crop agriculture relied upon by vegans is more unethical than the animal agriculture relied upon by non-vegans. And she wrote back about her and Nick. She says, and this is a quote, "Yeah, we're happy with that proposition. Let me know when it's set up, and if you want to email me in case I missed the update." So she just says right here that they were happy with that proposition.
That's
and now
compatible with what I said.
And now they show up for the debate, and they want to debate the proposition.
Wait, how can it be compatible with what you said? If what you're saying is you don't understand the proposition, how can you be happy with the proposition?
I don't understand. No. This isn't, no, wait, we're not like communicating like human beings here. Like when someone says, oh, I'm happy to debate that proposition, does that mean that we've like hashed out every single word and thought, oh, I know exactly what that person means by that?
Yeah. If you agreed to it, you understood it, right?
Yes, that's what it means.
If I asked you, can you go get me a coffee, and you agreed, would I assume you understood what I meant? What, this is
so listen,
you guys
listen,
are so slippery.
listen. I had an interpretation I had an interpretation of the proposition. I'm just simply asking if my interpretation is correct, and that's a
Hey,
yes or no
Jeffrey, you want to
question.
come on? Jeffrey, are you afraid? You afraid to come on? What's this one about?
For over 50 years, Walt.
We have 9 people here. Who's here? I bet there's a bunch of vegans in the room. I bet you. How much you want to bet? Oh, hold on a second. I gotta plug something in here. Okay, and I'm back. Hey, Jane's Journey, welcome. Did you miss the beginning of the stream? It was a great video, great animation. Looks like they actually animated something. Pretty impressive. Let's see if I can pull that up again. So this is apparently actual footage of the debate between Abby and Garland Farms. Abby. Can't get any sound. Look at that. He's got one short. Not sure why there's no sound. Here we go.
By different metrics. You can calculate soybeans by different metrics. You can do number of soybeans. You can do soybeans by calories. You can do soybeans by mass. Okay?
Today we're going to do soybeans by soybeans, okay?
What does that even mean?
I work for a living, and I mean real work, not writing down gobbledygook. I provide the people of this community with propane and propane accessories. Oh, when I think of all my hard-earned tax dollars going to pay a bunch of little twig boy bureaucrats like you, it just makes me want to, oh God, it just...
Hi.
Honey, bring me my BC headache powder and a glass of water.
All right.
You can calculate soybeans by...
That's funny stuff right there. I don't care. I don't care who you are. That's funny stuff. Let's see what else we've got.
You can calculate soybeans by different metrics.
You can calculate soybeans by different metrics. This is true. However, you can't get on the commodities market and look up the futures price for calories. Can you? You actually cannot do that. That's because soybeans are not traded as calories, and soybeans are not crushed as calories. soybeans, as Hank Hill as it may sound, are actually crushed as soybeans. It's funny because originally the vegan mantra was veganism is cruelty free, and therefore you should not eat meat. And then we pointed out that veganism relies upon crop agriculture, which kills animals. And they said, well, yeah, if you are talking about the harvesting process, because these giant machines are running through the field, and some of these animals, a few, can't get out of the way fast enough, and they'll get caught up and mangled and killed. And then we said, well, yeah, but you're leaving out the entire crop protection industry, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry, consists of gunmen shooting animals in the face for getting too close to the crops that provide the items on the vegan menu, poisons that cause gargantuan amounts of elongated suffering. And then when we pointed that out, the vegans said, well, yeah, that might be true as well, but all the crops are grown. Basically, the cows are eating all the crops. And then we showed that actually the cows are not eating all the crops. In fact, 90% of the soybeans, for instance, are being processed to extract the oil, and 100% of the oil is going to human consumption. And so now what they're doing is they're trying to flip the script on us. They're trying to say, okay, well, yeah, that's true, but the soybean meal is a co-product, as if that's somehow erases their responsibility. It's a tu quo que fallacy that they're using, and they predicted that I would point that out. I'm going to be doing a video specifically about them predicting that I would be pointing out their tu quo que fallacy, because they were hoping that by predicting I was going to point out their tu quo que fallacy, that would prevent me from pointing out their tu quo que fallacy, and that's not going to work. Jason, welcome.
Hey, Garland. I was just looking through the citation there of our World in Data. Again, it says the oil is extracted from the soybean to leave a protein-rich product. I was talking about the percentages. Seems pretty clear that the soy meal is the leftover after the extraction process. Of course, they're making money for it. Of course, there's a market for it now, but it's not essential anyways for livestock.
Yeah. And if you get rid of the livestock, what the vegans are trying to claim is that, hey, if we can get rid of livestock, then we can get rid of the soybean industry. That's what they're saying.
You'll need more, because now you've just removed like the global protein source, let's say, and it's like, yay, they're gone. Okay, so now what's your main protein source? Like soy is going to actually be an important one. And
what they're saying is that the oil, right? They're saying, well, the only reason we're growing is if you say it's for the oil, we have other sources of oil. Perhaps we could do palm. We could do palm oil. Do you know anything about palm oil and what it's doing?
It's pretty destructive.
Yeah, that's the kind of farming that's destroying. It's co-partners with soy to destroy the rainforest. The orangutans are running out of habitat because of palm.
They said, "Oh no, it's very good. Like you get good yield for the amount of size that they use." Meanwhile, the soybean industry and the oil production from that would maintain itself 100%. It wouldn't decline. And then from there, so that's maintained. Now you have no more livestock, no more chicken, no more pork, nothing. Now you need protein. So now you need plant protein, and soy would be a major source because it's somewhat of a
so switching
protein.
to palm oil not only would further the deforestation, but if you switch to palm oil, that does not solve your protein deficit.
No.
And again, they're going to say, well, we can get protein from spinach. And then we're back to that. Humans are not herbivores. We do not have a functioning cecum, even though the vegans will claim that we do, or no, they don't claim that we have a functioning cecum. They claim that gorillas don't have functioning cecums.
I just Googled it. You're a liar. You're a
liar. Meanwhile, everyone looks it up and goes, oh, the vegan is a liar. The vegan is a liar.
I'm editing a video now about it.
Jeffrey he thinks that he's got this trump card. They say that's a generality. You're using generality. You have to speak specifically about me. You have to know exactly what I'm thinking. If you don't know exactly what I'm thinking versus veganism, then that means that you lose. So you have to be a mind reader. Are you a mind reader?
Sorry, me and JD, we only speak to Ali. We speak, to the person who wears the boots. The vegan couple you debated seemed nice. All the other vegans you've debated have been awful. I don't know. What's that Singh guy? What's his name? Singh?
Synth?
Simple
synth?
Like a snake? Yeah, he was really obnoxious.
Yeah, he's the one that was throwing F-bombs and calling me a liar and claiming that gorillas don't have cecums.
Yeah.
You're lying. You're lying to me right now. Gorillas do not have cecums. They do not. Hold on. Let me take another Adderall. Okay, I'm back. Guy's an idiot.
He's like from the school of Zetetic.
He was speaking so fast that his words were running together. They need to rename that guy Mumbles. That's his new name, is Mumbles.
No, he was really, you could tell he's like, maybe we could talk about this and come to a consensus. And then he's like, I don't want to annoy you, Garland. I know it's been a long stream and you're tired. And he's like, it's like a cat. Just comes at you. It's funny. But over a cecum. I thought the soy saga was painful, but now it's the saga of the cecum saga.
Cecum vegans. Cecum vegans. I did invite Jeffrey to come on this live stream.
Yeah, I thought he was in the chat.
He's afraid. Do you know he made, and I've screenshotted it, so don't think about putting it down, Jeffrey. He made a community post claiming that I had canceled.
Yeah, I saw it.
I emailed the Crucible and I said, I know that you did not tell Jeffrey that I canceled that debate. Come on. And they said, nope. In fact, here's the screenshot of our communications. And all they did was contact him just like they did me.
Yeah.
And tell me that it had been scooted back. But, I'm not dishonest, so I'm not going to put a community post out there saying, Jeffrey canceled. He's scared of me. He canceled. But that's what Jeffrey did. And I have the actual communications between Jeffrey and the Crucible to prove it.
You can put it up.
Probably. Hold on. I want to put something else up while I'm looking for that.
Yeah.
Vegan protein demand set to increase soy market. Isn't that interesting? And they're telling us that veganism is going to decrease the soy market. Isn't that interesting? That's very interesting, vegans. What do you have?
Well, I just want them to answer. It's like, get rid of the ruminant animals. Explain to me why all of a sudden the ruminant animals that disappear would affect anything with the amount of soybean production oil. Tell me why that all of a sudden, with no more ruminant animals, that would decrease. To me, I would say let's maintain the consumption, but all the other protein that needs to be found, we gotta grow a massive amount of complete plant protein, and soy would be a major component without actual animal food. It would there'd be soybeans till as far as the eye could see. And then there'd be no ruminant animals to create manure or anything like that. So the fertilizer that they would want to use as synthetic fertilizer would be non-renewable in the end. It's finite. And it's fossil fuel driven to produce it anyways. So what happens when that runs out? Now you have no fertilizer, and everything turns to dust. A vegan utopia.
Well, they tend to be misanthropes, so
yeah,
you never want to take diet advice or any type of human security advice from a misanthrope. I mean, that's like, that's like putting a rapist, giving a rapist a job as a babysitter.
Yeah.
It's a terrible idea. Why Joey Carbstrong has all those videos. It's not about health, guys. It's not about health. It's about the animals. The animals.
Yes,
and then you show him all the animals being killed for the crops.
Yeah, it always has that intense gaze. I'm here at the animal farm. Okay.
Whoa. Let's see here. Community post. Here we go. Jeffrey's community post.
Did Jeffrey go though?
His lie.
Your lie.
Okay, pull this up.
Straw man after straw. Yeah, Carbstrong.
See, look at that. Garland Farms. Here's Jeffrey.
Mm-hmm.
Garland Farms is scared to debate me tomorrow night and canceled the debate.
I feel touched that he put at Jason John Swartz. I feel part of it. I feel part of this. I haven't done any of the debates, but I'm part of it.
Yeah, he's saying, in your face, Jason, in your face.
I'm the Kardashian of the group, I'm the Paris Hilton. I don't really have any talent, but you
got the booty. You got that booty.
That's right.
Jason's got the booty.
That's Vegan Gains. Vegan Gains has that booty.
Yeah, Vegan's got that booty. OnlyFans.
Doesn't he he twerks for he used to. This is years ago when I'd watch him sometimes. He would twerk for super chats and stuff.
Oh yeah, forgot about that. He does that. Definitely. Okay, so here's Jeffrey's claim that I'm scared to debate him tomorrow night and that I canceled the debate. So I emailed the Crucible and I said, this is not what you told him, is it? And because I was informed just like he was that it was being pushed back. So let me show you what they sent, their communication with him. There it is. You can use the pic I sent you from before. We may need to move this debate to next Sunday. You know, they have their own schedule. He and Jeffrey and I can be moved. They had something more important, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But did I cancel because I'm afraid of Jeffrey? I mean, this is a guy that looks like he drops acid before he comes on a live stream. Yeah. Why would I be afraid of someone like that?
Been there, done that. We've all done that, but that was Jeffrey's moment.
Yeah. Later that night, he was running the neighborhood. This was just a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. It was a rumor that he was running around without any pants on.
It's possible.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I think I have him on my last video.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The girl.
You want me to show you?
Here, I can pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead. This is a true story. This really happened.
Okay, here we go.
Is it a shirt? Yeah.
It looks a little bit like Jeffrey, but I'm not. I cannot confirm. Let's see.
Jeffrey, go home.
What are you doing?
Hi.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Where's Allie?
What are you doing? What?
Jeffrey, the same.
I'm not allowed to be here.
Where's your pants,
This is not
Jeffrey?
your house.
It is.
Hello?
But
No, some woman's trying to get in my house.
It is my house.
Give me my soybeans. I need the soybeans.
Bada bean.
Bada bing.
Yeah, she doesn't have pants on, and she's really inebriated.
She's
This
vegan.
was at my house.
This is not your house, babe.
This is Jordan's house.
There's
No.
soybeans at my house.
Yeah, she,
Come on, be honest, guys. Everyone's done that a couple of times, right? Right? Come on. Guys? Guys?
Oh, that's great.
You have to show the thumbnail because that's the funny part, because I had 226 views already for that stupid thing, but it's all the thumbnail.
Yeah.
It's this one. What's it say? True story. Girl knocks at the door without pants and wanted to party. It's like 260. Look at all my other videos, like 60, 70, 60. You just put a good thumbnail and a true story, and it's clickbait.
Yeah, that's great.
It delivered, anyways. It delivered.
I know Jeffrey's still watching. Why doesn't he come on the live stream? We invited him on. There's a link right up there at the top of the chat. Anyone else want to join us? Any farmers out there? Let's see. I'm going to pull up one of my carb strong videos to show him blaming crop deaths on just harvesting. This was back before I had them cornered.
without us having any fees or any magic. Do you have any? Or just your I'm just trying to. Not forget. Diversion is a fundamental factor. Using the lose to save the enemy attention. How about we find it distracting and making it risky act. Even if he can't open the door, he doesn't need anything, so he doesn't have body parts. So what are you
Here we
doing?
go.
Why?
All right. Can you see it?
Yeah, I remember her.
Yes, no.
Her, yeah.
Crop death, though. Crop death, though. People get most concerned about crop deaths are the ones who enjoy eating animal flesh the most.
As of today, the Garland Farms video, The Vegan Kill Cult, has garnered over 22,000 views. Not too bad for a video published by a very small channel with less than 3,000 subscribers. As a result, not a day goes by where I don't receive a notification from YouTube telling me that another misanthropic vegan has left the same old, tired, false comment regarding
crop death, though.
Crop death, though. It always goes something along the lines of,
you do understand that if we all went vegan, we would need to produce less plants. Most of it goes to livestock. Ask yourself, do you need more plants to feed a cow or a human? If anything, you just explained why we should be vegan.
And one thing we do have to consider at this point is that the majority of plant food grown on Earth is grown to feed animals in the animal agriculture industries, not humans.
People who eat meat, cheese, milk, and eggs are obtaining these products from animals who were fed plants. They ain't living on air, these animals. What do you think these pigs, chickens, cows, farmed fish are eating? They're eating plants. The vast majority of cropland is grown to feed the animals you eat. So any crop death, any pesticide harm, any predator shooting, any of that.
There's just one huge problem with their theory. There is vastly more crops grown specifically for humans than for livestock. And I will prove it in spades. Fact, the U.S. grows approximately 2 million acres of oats, 6 million acres of sorghum, 13 million acres of fruits and vegetables, 85 million acres of soybeans, and 95 million acres of corn. We don't feed much oats or sorghum to livestock anymore, and obviously we don't feed fruits and vegetables to livestock at all. So the two main culprits in regard to livestock feed is corn and soybeans. While only a small percentage of the national corn crop is directly used for food for Americans, much of that for high fructose corn syrup, a whopping 40% is used to produce ethanol. And while the vegan cult would have you believe that cows are sentient beings that drive ethanol-fueled automobiles, ethanol is, in fact, produced solely for human consumption. The ethanol refining process does produce mountains of waste called distillers' grains, which is fed to industrial-raised livestock. However, this waste is a byproduct of ethanol production and would not exist without the production of ethanol. Only 36% of all corn in the U.S. is fed directly to livestock, while 64% goes directly to human consumption. This brings us to soybeans. Virtually all soybeans are produced primarily for the oil because the oil brings back the highest profit margins by far. Once the soybean oil has been extracted from the soybeans, the fibrous waste or byproduct that's left over is called soybean meal. And this fibrous waste is then fed to industrially raised livestock. A 60-pound bushel of soybeans yields 11 pounds of soybean oil, 48 pounds of soybean meal, and 1 pound of toxic hexane-contaminated inedible processing waste. Wait a minute, you say. Soybean meal, the part that's fed to livestock, that's a byproduct? Okay, what's a byproduct? Well, a byproduct is defined as an incidental or secondary product made in the manufacture or synthesis of something else, a secondary result, unintended but inevitably produced in doing or producing something else. To get a better understanding of what a byproduct is, we only need to look closer at one of the many destructive things that makes a vegan lifestyle possible. You see, vegans overwhelmingly reject the use of livestock manure in the production of their plants.
Vegans shouldn't buy organic products because organic is not vegan.
The organic thing, that is something that you can choose to avoid. I'd avoid most organic produce because they do use a heavy reliance on manure. Not only is that just potentially dangerous because it's literal shit, but you are indirectly making it easier for the meat industry to be profitable. So
can you be that
for that reason, I'd say avoid organic.
If organic products
could you be that detached, like the reality of the land?
Manure,
Be
then
like,
there is
obviously
a buy-in to
like,
the
yeah,
animal
that's
farming
soil.
industry.
Now, you realize that this rejection of the natural nutrient cycle makes the vegan lifestyle entirely dependent upon the petroleum industry, potash mining, and phosphate mining. Take, for instance, phosphate mining. Phosphate mining is required to grow plant foods where those involved in plant agriculture have rejected the use of natural livestock manure as fertilizer. The objective of phosphate mining is to procure phosphorus. However, in order to obtain a little bit of phosphorus, gargantuan amounts of minerals must be excavated, which produces mountains of dangerous and destructive byproduct called radioactive phosphogypsum. So, looking back at soybean production, we know that the soybean oil is the gold of the soybean because it's got the highest profit margin by far. And what's left over after the highly prized oil is extracted is called soybean meal and is considered a waste or byproduct of soybean oil extraction.
Yum, yum, yum.
The approximate revenue generated by processed soybeans is as follows: 40 cents per pound of hexane extracted soybean oil and 14 cents per pound of soybean meal. So it's obvious why the primary objective when processing soybeans is undeniably to extract the oil, because it generates approximately 3 times the profit per unit of weight than the byproduct, the soybean meal. Again, it's important to note almost 100% of the soybean oil in every soybean goes directly to human consumption. However, although the oil that is extracted from the soybean is the primary driving factor in soybean production, every soybean is only 18% oil and 80% byproduct by weight. In other words, much like the mined phosphorus that makes the destructive vegan lifestyle possible, soybean oil production produces mountains of waste or byproduct. Now, believe it or not, after that clear explanation, I still get confronted by misanthropic vegans who ask, surely by those calculations, about 60% of the value of the soybean is actually in the byproduct. This is an attempt to shuck responsibility. So let me make this clear beyond reproach. Another unnecessary evil of the vegan lifestyle, due to their disdain for the use of natural livestock manure and the natural nutrient cycles, is phosphate mining, which comes with gargantuan radioactive mountains of waste or byproduct called radioactive phosphogypsum stacks. Now, because of immoral and unethical business practices, much like we see in the soybean industry, the phosphate mining industry has manipulated the EPA to start allowing them to incorporate this radioactive waste into the material used for road and highway production. So now, what was a mountain of useless, toxic waste or byproduct becomes a source of great profit for the corrupt phosphate mining industry. This does not change the fact that the primary purpose of phosphate mining is and will always be to extract phosphorus to support a plant-based diet, much like the fact that the effort to obtain toxic hexane-leached soybean oil will always be the primary purpose for growing and processing soybeans. On a side note, since the soybean oil is designated almost 100% for human consumption, and as such brings back the highest profit margin, GMO soybean makers are constantly trying to find ways to increase the oil content of every soybean. You need to know that we are not easily able to extract the soybean oil for human consumption. In fact, extracting the most profitable element, the soybean oil, requires bathing the soybeans after an energy-intensive crushing process in a petroleum product called hexane. Not only is hexane a byproduct of a finite and earth-destroying petroleum industry, hexane is a neurotoxin that can do severe damage to any animal's nervous system that comes in contact with it. Extracting soybean oil not only is a dead-end road due to petroleum reliance, but the extracted soybean oil itself is playing hell with human health. Not only is it a primary driver for obesity and diabetes, it's also doing real damage to the brains of people who consume it. Now as for the byproduct that's left over after hexane extraction of the harmful oils. The so-called soybean meal is composed of fiber and particular proteins. Now, we know that the fiber comprises the lion's share of that bulk and is indigestible to humans, but the proteins themselves, as the science of botany has proven, are harmful to human health because, like all plant proteins, they are part of the soy plant's defense against predation, which is one reason, among others, why feedlot beef has to be pumped full of antibiotics. It's important to note that these soy proteins are not a significant portion of the natural diet of cattle, or the diet of any other ruminant for that matter. The primary protein source for cattle naturally comes from the bacteria farm that bovine animals have in their rumen. You see, the first three chambers of a cow's stomach is a... Do what?
When I was reading up during the week and stuff, isn't there even soy, let's say like soy being fed to a cow, there's like a limit that's actually toxic to the cow? Something that's created from giving the
ammonia.
cow.
Ammonia.
Yeah.
Ammonia. You can't. That's why cows. See, the beef cows eat 0.5% of the world's soy co-product, and milk cows. What was it? 1.4, 1.4, something like that. I think it was less than 2% overall, counting both groups of cattle, dairy and beef. Now, if you look at this graphic that's on the screen right now, this is actually where cows naturally get their B12 and the majority of their fat and protein, or amino acids and fatty acids. What cows can do that we cannot is take free nitrogen and in the rumen, with the help of bacteria, fix that nitrogen and make protein out of nitrogen. One of the things that the vegans don't know, most vegans don't know, some of them do, and they lie about it, but most vegans don't realize that a lot of the plant protein is not actually protein, it's nitrogen, free nitrogen, and human beings cannot turn nitrogen into protein. Cows can. They do that by creating all of these. They're actually cultivating bacteria, protozoa, and fungi in their rumen, and then when that's been cultivated to a large mass of nutrients, and we don't think of bacteria as nutrients, but cows are using bacteria as food. They don't eat the grass to feed themselves. they eat the grass to feed these 40 gallons of microorganisms that they eventually dump into a true stomach, which is the fourth chamber, full of hydrochloric acid. That hydrochloric acid kills all of that bacteria, all of those protozoa, and all of that fungi, and digests it and prepares it for assimilation into the flesh of the cow.
And it also creates volatile fatty acids. So there's a lot of fat is being created also, right?
Well, the bodies of these microorganisms, just like the cells of the human, or the cells of, let's say a rabbit is a multicellular organism. Well, the cells of that rabbit are made of these fatty acids. Like they also have, the cells are surrounded by a cellular membrane that are made of phospholipids. And a lot of those lipids are cholesterol and fatty acids. So it's been portrayed in a way that it's not, where it seems like, well, these bacteria, they're creating these fatty acids and supplying them to the cow. Like, here you go. No, what's happening is that those microorganisms are dumped into an acid bath and killed, and their bodies, which are made up of amino acids and fatty acids, are digested. They're torn apart into their individual compounds. Some of those are amino acids. Some of them are fatty acids. Some of the compounds in there are vitamin B12. In this case, these are cyanobacteria. So the B12 that they're producing is cyanocobalamin. In humans, cyanocobalamin is not bioactive. It doesn't work at all. We cannot convert it. Only cows can convert it in any appreciable amount, or other, it's just cows, but ruminants. They can convert it, and they do. And that's why when we eat the cow, then we're getting the bioactive version of B12, which is methylcobalamin.
Yeah.
So, the bacteria are not doing us a favor, or doing the cow a favor, by creating this fatty acids, going, here you go, thanks for the grass. The bacteria are eating the grass for their own benefit. They have no idea dumped.
But somewhere along the line, it's creating fats, though, right? Where like the
bodies of the bacteria are made of proteins and fats.
Okay.
So the source of the fats are coming from the bodies of the bacteria
themselves. Okay.
Yes.
And not being secreted, it's when it's being digested, basically.
Right. When you say fats, you're talking about lipids, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you remember the phospholipid bilayer.
Yeah. On the cells.
Yeah. So those lipids, there's not just one type of lipid in the cellular membrane. There's a bunch of different kinds of lipids that make up that phospholipid bilayer.
Yeah.
And so, yes, at some point, and I'll tell you exactly when that point is. When a bacteria is born, its body is made up of these fatty acids and amino acids. And so whenever those cells, those single cellular organisms, are dumped into the fourth chamber of that cow's stomach, which is the true stomach, it's full of hydrochloric acid, then all of those bacteria are killed.
Yeah.
The ones that are dumped into the fourth chamber. But by the time you dump those bacteria from the third chamber into the hydrochloric acid, the fourth chamber, then now the second chamber is now filling the third chamber again with new populations of bacteria. So it's just a
cycle.
It's constantly feeding. As long as the cow is eating grass, then the grass is feeding the microorganisms, and the microorganisms are feeding the cow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So the whole idea of trying to get, any type of herbivore is not pursuing high protein plants. They're pursuing plants that will feed bacteria. The same is true for the gorilla. A functioning cecum. A functioning cecum is doing the same thing that the rumen does. It's creating this butt cookie that's made up of microorganisms. The gorilla somehow knows when that is coming out, and it's not just a regular poop. It's a food item. And so it catches it before it even hits the ground, and it eats it because
you have a video of that too.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I do. Let's watch the rest of this and then we'll move on.
All right.
The bacteria farm, where microorganisms are cultivated for digestion in the fourth and final chamber of the cow's stomach, the abomasum.
Now, the bugs play a very important role in all this fermentation, but they play equally or perhaps even greater importance in the fact that they themselves become food for the cow.
The food.
You hear that? Stomach, the abomasum.
Now, the bugs play
She says the bugs play an important role. They become food for the cow.
Very important role in all this fermentation, but they play equally or perhaps even greater importance in the fact that they themselves become food for the cow.
The food now becomes concentrated and is sent into the fourth chamber, the abomasum. This chamber is considered as the true stomach, as the glands in abomasum secrete acid. This acid kills bacteria.
The condensed digester passes to the abomasum, the final.
Did you hear that? This acid kills bacteria.
This acid kills bacteria.
The condensed digester passes to the abomasum, the final chamber of the stomach. The abomasum, which is the proper stomach, secretes enzymes to initiate the digestion of proteins released from plant cells, and also proteins of bacteria and ciliates found in the rumen.
When you feed a dairy cow, you're truly feeding a fermentation vat full of microbes.
The abomasum is like the human stomach. It's a hydrochloric acid chamber. And anytime we find a hydrochloric acid chamber in a mammal's digestive tract, we know that hydrochloric acid contributes to protein digestion.
Yeah.
So that's the primary purpose of that acid. That this chamber is designed for the digestion of proteins and fats into amino acids and fatty acids, which bacteria and other rumen population microorganisms are made of. Unfortunately, today, regenerative livestock farmers are the minority, but that is because the industrial model is being propped up and supported by gargantuan subsidies that are enabling and encouraging the unhealthy and destructive industrial cattle market by providing a subsidized or cheap soybean byproduct or waste made possible by damaging subsidies and the petroleum-driven extraction process.
Largest soybean growing region, but it's not getting a warm welcome from everybody. Lancaster, York, and Berks counties rank as the top 3 soybean growing counties, in the state. However, a group of concerned residents nearby here in Lancaster County are worried about this new plant because of hexane emissions. The chemical is used to extract oil from soybeans. They say it's going to add pollution to an area that already has air pollution issues.
Despite unsubstantiated vegan, petroleum, and pharmaceutical claims to the contrary, we know that the climate change that we're experiencing is desertification. And that desertification is being driven by the tillage associated primarily with corn and soybean agriculture. Soil tillage is the principal cause of degradation of cropped fields. Soil tillage causes rapid breakdown of soil organic matter. That's what's driving the desertification. Has nothing to do with cows, has everything to do with the crop agriculture that produces all of the items on the vegan menu. 300 years ago, the North American continent, for instance, was topped with some of the most carbon-rich, healthy, and fertile soil mankind has ever witnessed.
The soil, Marcus, black like my wife's hair.
We know for a fact that this soil was created.
Did you
catch that?
Eh?
Did you catch what he just said?
Yeah, black.
Maximus. He's
yeah,
talking
black.
about the soil back home. His soil is black
Yeah.
like his wife's hair.
Mhm.
That's healthy soil. That's carbon-rich soil, and the
Not this
only
gray
way
stuff
that
we
that
got.
can happen is with grazing herds of ruminants. That's what develops that type of healthy soil. So when vegans
Yeah.
say, if we could just get rid of livestock, we could save all that land. No, what you're talking about is you're actually proposing that we destroy all of that land by removing the ruminants, because the ruminants are what give that soil the carbon and the bacteria and the protozoa and the fungi that are required for healthy soil. There's a complete biota
Yeah, I know.
going on
Well, that's
in
why
the
I said
soil.
that if you guys, want to get rid of the ruminants, then you need the synthetic fertilizers. But the synthetic fertilizer, if you project downwards, it's still like a finite resource. So you'll run out of that, and then you have no ruminant animals. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not really realistic.
Mankind has ever witnessed.
The soil, Marcus, black like my wife's hair.
We know for a fact that this soil was created by massive herds of bison, antelope, deer, and other roaming ungulates that moved around the continent like giant amoebas, pulling carbon from the air and depositing it in the soil. So it's not the cow, but the how. We need to abolish the harmful and unfair subsidies that are driving the industrial corn and soybean industries, and that will disincentivize processed food manufacturers from putting the harmful soybean oil in everything, while automatically creating an incentive for all animal agriculture to move back to the natural regenerative model that we're going to have to return to if we're going to survive as a species. Please bookmark and share this video everywhere you see the vegan lie that more there's crops those are cows grown that for Jeffrey says I livestock don't than have.
This
for
is your
humans.
neighbor's cows
And
again.
don't forget to like and subscribe.
Trying to show
And
off.
thanks for
Jeffrey.
watching. Jeffrey.
You know what? Sorry to cut off early, but I told my wife I'd stay on like an hour and not the whole night. So
Okay,
I'll
let me
have
show
to,
you one thing before you go.
Yeah.
The vegans want us to get rid of livestock and use synthetic fertilizers. Synthetic fertilizers kill soil life and cause nutrient deficiencies. So, this is what this is like the vegan dream come true. This is what they live for. They love nutrient deficiencies and they love to kill life. So it's no wonder that the vegans are willing to stoop to violence in order to force, just like Nick, the nutrivore, said the other day, is what we should do with people who eat meat
Throw
is
us in jail.
incarcerate them and feed them whatever diet we want. Just force veganism upon them, force synthetic fertilizers, force nutrient deficiencies. This is what we're dealing with. Veganism is a mental illness. It's a dangerous mental illness, and they must be this movement, this cult must be viewed as a dangerous organization. It is a dangerous organization.
The problem is that they seem to not understand that calories is not what is the only thing. There's calories is energy, but there's also nutrients. So
I want you to
about like stop feeding them corn, soy, and wheat, because we could feed the whole world with that. Yeah, I know, but there's no nutrients almost in there. It's just carb calories, so we feed this wheat and stuff to the cow, and it creates nutrients that didn't exist before. It creates nutrients that we need. they don't exist. You put it in the cow makes it. If you want to like remove the cow and feed us directly that, then it's going to be like every cereal box where in the ingredients, it's literally full of vitamins. Like if ever you look at a box and you see in the ingredients actual vitamins, it's just fortification. So anyways, vegans want us to live on supplements and fortification. And they want all of the world's food supply to be plants, so that when we have so-called climate disasters, unpredictable weather, and have mass famines, and we lose all of our plants, and then we're hungry, and then we'll eat each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When you every time I've run that across to vegans, they get excited. They get excited about. They say the ones I've spoken with, they say, I would never eat an animal, but I would eat a human being. I think most people who have debated vegans have run across that. Now, I want you to look over in the comments section at Jeffrey Phillips. You see those comments? He says, they, because when I was talking about vegans, I'm saying they. And what I was saying was vegans want to get rid of livestock agriculture and rely upon synthetic fertilizers. And so his little debate tactic he's showing us, what do you mean by they? What do you mean by vegans? These are fallacies, right? Well, if you ask Jeffrey, well, do you want to get rid of livestock agriculture? Well, you know what I think he'll say now that he watched that attempt at a debate with those two dishonest vegans that came after him, he and Allie, is he's going to say, we're not here to talk about me. I'm not going to take a position on veganism. Right. Yeah. And I'll say, well, the vegans want to abolish livestock agriculture. Oh, really? The vegans? Who's the vegans? These are generalities, right? These are all intellectually dishonest ways of dealing with the facts.
Yeah.
Intellectually dishonest. And when you claim to be an animal lover and you're constantly intellectually dishonest, it exposes your love for the animals as false.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you're a hypocrite. I don't think that they're hypocrites. I think it's much worse than that. Much worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, let's watch the rest of this. Oh, we already did.
It's done?
Do you need to go?
Yeah, I think I'll go.
Okay.
I don't want to push it. because I was actually alone, and then I was like, okay, cool. And then my wife arrived, and then I'm like, as she's arriving, I'm like, yeah, I'm getting on here with JD, and she's like, as if kind of like, you had all day to play with your friend. And I'm like, so I was like, I said, just give me 20 minutes. So it's been an hour. I'm out of here. I won't push it. See ya.
Good night. Thanks for coming on.
JD.
You bet. Bye. Okay, that was Jason John Schwartz. I'll link to his YouTube channel here real quick. Let's look at some comments here. Jeffrey Phillips, Bada Bean. Jeffrey Phillips, hey old buddy. Guggen Slayer, great stream. Jane's Journey High. Jeffrey Phillips, come on, boomer. Still calling me a boomer. Doesn't know what a boomer is. apparently. Just out of curiosity, this is Joseph Hatala. Just out of curiosity, Garland, will you do a video covering Cosmic Skeptic? He's been treated terribly by vegans since he left the cult for health reasons. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. I can't promise anything. I know that a lot of people have already done a video on Cosmic Skeptic. I'm pretty sure that he would not come on the channel or allow me to interview him. It's just a feeling. I'll try to contact him. I don't know what I can say that hasn't already been said. I mean, he's, I don't know that much about the guy. We do know that everyone that quits veganism is attacked by the vegan cult. So, it's just another beat on the string. Jeffrey Phillips says, loser support. Loser support. This is the Jeffrey Phillips that signed up to debate me and then sat in his girlfriend's lap and let her debate me. And they got schooled. Joseph Hatala, the vegan couple you debated seemed nice. All the other vegans you've debated have been awful. Well, that vegan couple, the lesser half of that couple is here, Jeffrey Phillips. You can see how nice he is in the comments. On his YouTube channel, says Joseph Hatala, he claims to be a socialist that tells us everything we need to know. Most people who claim to be socialists are communists, I believe. And when you point that out, they'll say, whoa, what's wrong with communism? And then they prove you right. Joseph Hatala says, a socialist who lives in America but refused to live in actual socialist countries. Embarrassing. Very true. Carb Strong is the worst vegan ever. I guess I should be putting these on the screen. Yeah, we can go back up to Jeffrey. Yeah, this is how he's describing, I guess, my subscribers. Describing my subscribers as losers. Carb Strong is the worst vegan ever. These livestock are eating avocado toast and acai bowls. True. And apple fritters. Blueberry pie. Pecan pie. See, they're drinking almond milk. Bell peppers. Bananas. Cows love bananas. Jane's Journey. Did you pressure Michelle to stop talking veganism and take up true crime vids? I think I did. I really think that I scared her off. I want to take credit for it anyway. I don't see any other reason why she did that. I don't think anyone else was exposing her. Gorilla Legends, you really can't avoid soy as a vegan. When they try to mimic fake meat, that is not gross. Yeah, fake meat that relies upon synthetic fertilizers that destroys soil life. Gruta Legends, soy is basically the only thing that is universal for vegans to mimic meat that is cookable and not cringe in texture and taste. Yeah, I think it's cringe. I cannot stand soy. I know one year we went to we would go to Mexico, to the beach in Mexico every year. This was before the Great Reset began. And one year we were a little short on cash, decided to go to a resort that was a little bit less, a little bit more economical. And all of the beef, get a hamburger, they have these all-you-can-eat buffets. Every hamburger patty was, and even the ground beef, it was all soy, and it was disgusting. I could not wait to get out of there. I hate it. Georgie talking about the cow stomach, the cow digestion, the cow intestines, cow biology. This stuff is fascinating as a meat eating enthusiast. This is great knowledge, especially when talking to animal fat deficients, vegans. Yeah, vegans, they claim to love animals, but you don't ever see them learning about animals. They don't really care about how a cow's digestive system works. All they know is they want to abolish cows from the face of the earth. Very loving cult. Sir Prey's son says, that is very interesting stuff. The digestive system of mammals is crazy, and we barely understand some of it. Yep. Jeffrey Phillips says, imagine watching your own videos instead of researching for your debate on the 12th. As if I need to research. This is Jeffrey and I have a debate on the 12th on the Crucible scheduled. And this is a guy that knows absolutely nothing about agriculture. Everything, the last time we debated, he couldn't even debate me. He had his girlfriend and they would take turns reading, like elementary school kids in the classroom, where, okay, I'm going to read the first paragraph and then you read the second paragraph and then I'll read the third paragraph and then, oh my God, it was so embarrassing. So embarrassing. I'm surprised that she stayed with him after that. Jane's Journey, they lie. I was taught all that black soil was from Ice Age glacier turning the ground. Yeah, turning the ground actually is like tillage. That's what destroys or removes the carbon from the soil. So, yes, they do lie. Jeffrey, kid, you already lost the debate against JD so badly by letting your girlfriend talk instead of you. Somebody nailed it. Dane Ring says, yay, looks like we got another synth in the chat. What do you mean by cecum? What do you mean by they? What do you mean by vegans? Depends on what the definition of is. I got some propane products for you. Here, let me get on my bicycle and go get it. Oh, I'm too tired. I think I'll lay here and do some acid and let my girlfriend do it for me. Dane King, how can you tell if someone is vegan? Wait 2 minutes and they will tell you. 2 minutes is a long time. I think they usually tell you within about 15 seconds. Hi, I'm vegan. Hi, I'm JD Garland. Dane Ring, vegans and this channel want the same thing, ethical eating. I don't think vegans want ethical eating. I don't think there's anything ethical about the destruction caused by the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu. And if you think that there is something ethical about that, then I think that you're probably ignorant of what all the crop agriculture actually entails. And that's a video that I'm going to cover with David Rams and Chris Hines. They did a video about me and about crop deaths, though. Crop deaths, though. He. And as I predicted, they fell very short when trying to explain comprehensively all of the destruction and death and suffering caused by the crop agriculture that provides those items on the vegan menu. There's John Schwartz channel. Go subscribe to him. Garuda Legend says, basically the only cool vegans are the ones who do it for personal reasons and not cult religious reasons. Vegans need to take a page from vegetarians. Vegetarians are practically cool to be around. I agree. It is a cult, and it's a dangerous cult. Mark A says, fantastic information and well presented. Hats off for tackling these topics. Thank you, sir. OTW News says, yeah, the boomers are our parents. Exactly. OTW, if you're still here, you're welcome to come on the stream. Garuda Legends says, vegans are basically wannabe Hindus and pretend they are more holy than vegetarians. They rebuke religion and pretend that they do pay people to and pretend they do pay people to intentionally murder animals is so bizarre. Yes, they do pay people to intentionally murder animals. Murder. Happy Valley Free Range Farm. Welcome to the live stream. You are also welcome to come on the live stream if you would like to join. Would love to have you on. Joey Carbstank. Stanky. Stanky Joey. Happy Valley Free Range Farm. Garland Farms, they would have hated what I had for lunch today. Egg and bacon burger. All free range, organically raised at the windows on Westella. Sounds delicious and nutritious. Jeffrey's education is Dominion. Dominion. Yeah. It's funny. Vegan Gaze was trying to paint me as an ignoramus that wouldn't even know what was it that she was claiming? She was claiming that being a stupid farmer, I would have a truncated vocabulary. And I do have a Bachelor of Science degree, so I asked around, and so far it looks like she only has a high school education. And I'm not coming down on people with a high school education. All I'm saying is that if you have a high school education, you should not be pointing at people who hold a Bachelor of Science degree and laughing and calling them ignorant. That just makes you look silly. Be right back. I'll jump on my other machine. Okay, great. Georgie's coming on. Hello, Georgie.
Mr. Garland, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I really appreciated your debate on the Crucible, and I thought your performance was excellent against those vegans who seemed ill prepared for that debate, for the onslaught of information that you were throwing at them. I found the soybean point very concise and very interesting to explore, based on the main profit of the soybean, which is the oil, which is for human use. And I wanted to ask you, if you could tie that in more to how that's tied to the vegan menu, as you put it.
How the oil is tied to the vegan menu?
Yes.
Well, I'm not claiming that the oil is strictly tied. and in an isolated way to the vegan menu. Okay. Here, let me pull something up real quick. Soy in general is tied to the vegan menu. The soybean oil, however, is being a major portion of it is being turned into biodiesel. And another major portion of it is turned into cooking oil. And another major portion of it is being added to ultra processed foods. You know, if you go to any grocery store and buy any processed food, it's very likely it's going to contain soybean oil. So what you have to keep in mind about the information that I've presented about soybean oil is actually a reaction to the vegans like David Rams, Joey Carbstrong, Earthling Ed. These people were claiming that, first of all, crop deaths, though, har, har, har. Second of all, if you care about crop deaths, then what you need to do is support us in abolishing livestock agriculture, because livestock agriculture is responsible for the vast majority of the crop deaths, because the vast majority of crops are grown exclusively to feed livestock. And so what I'm doing by exposing how the soybean industry works is that, no, in fact, and we can do the same thing with corn, but we'll start with soy because that's, one of the really kind of it's the one, we don't blame, say, deforestation on corn right now. The Amazon's coming down because of palm oil and soybean oil, primarily soybean oil. And so when I explained that the oil is being squeezed out of 90% of all the soybeans, and 100% of that oil is going to human consumption, I'm not blaming all of that oil consumption on vegans. I'm blaming that oil consumption on humans. And what do vegans want? They want everyone to be vegan. So if they were able to abolish animal agriculture, then that oil would still be produced. And that means that 90% of the soy crop, at least 90%, would still have to be produced, because getting rid of animal agriculture will not reduce the demand for soybean oil. In fact, if you look at the numbers and you figure out how many grams of protein are you going to be abolishing by getting rid of animal agriculture, you're going to have to replace those grams of protein. How are you going to do it? With palm oil? No. You're going to have to do it with soybean, which means that the soybean agriculture is actually going to have to increase in a vegan world.
And increase incredibly.
Yes, incredibly. Exactly.
And that's not even taking into account the defense of said soybean agriculture. You were mentioning the defense against predators of soybean agriculture, which results obviously in animals dying. But it seems to coincide with the vegan position that it's okay to abolish animal agriculture, which is, in other words, killing animals. while at the same time, their soybeans requires the killing of animals in order to protect the soy that and so it seems like animal life is not a concern when you tie those 2 points together, which is which I think is why they want to evade the point altogether.
It would increase. The deaths would increase because there'd be more cropping.
Because of what?
What you're saying, if they have to grow more crops to replace the protein that they'd be losing out if they abolish livestock, then there'd be more crops, there'd be more crop deaths. It's as simple as that. It's like it doesn't take a genius to work it out.
Right, which I think is the main reason why a vegan opponent tries to evade this point altogether by using those deceptive tactics, like the one with I believe his name was Nick, and he was trying to make you say the word hypocrite.
That's all that was about. He even proved that that's what their game plan was.
Right, and the reason is because they need to evade that specific point.
That's right.
Because that specific point, it destroys a giant portion of their position, if not the entire position, altogether.
Well, not only that, it actually makes them liable and culpable.
Right. The very reason for animal death is the position that they hold, and I want to agree with Mr. Garland on the point of it doesn't make them hypocrites. I found what you said earlier very interesting. I agree with it. It makes them something a lot worse. And I find it poignant that usually vegans can be coupled with ideologies that are predictable, such as atheism, and not to haul in a whole baggage of stuff, philosophy in there, but they're usually coupled with atheism, and they're usually coupled with antinatalism, and so someone like Vegan Gains proudly, we make fun of him for having an OnlyFans, and rightly so, but actually very proudly has a vasectomy, and does not, and thinks of having children as a detriment to the world that we all inhabit. And so these two worldviews of being antinatalist and not just as a nation, I mean as a species, like antinatalist as a species.
And misanthropic.
Usually they're usually they come in very eccentric misanthropes. They like the one Garland was referencing to earlier, synth, and the other.
I only just got back from lunch a little while ago, so I missed out the beginning of the stream. So, yeah.
Oh well, he was referencing to the debate that he had over on the Crucible and in the caller.
Oh yeah, I did see that. But the small debate that he had
caller
after the debate, yeah.
Yeah, that specific caller is very
I know what you're talking about now.
Very deceptive, trying to lull Mr. Farms.
You're a liar, Garland.
Well, he first tried to lull him.
They don't have a cecum.
Well, he first tried to lull him to sleep with some feigned niceness by saying, "Oh, I think you're a nice guy." I think you're a nice guy.
That's part of a bit of their game plan. To be honest with you, they try to come across as the nice guy.
Right, and then they come out of the bush
to
like
get
a
you
snake.
worked up, and then you start shouting at them and putting them down, so then you look like the bad person. That's just psychology.
Well, yeah, either that or they want I think the first priority is to throw some compliment me or whoever and disarm me. If they can disarm you and have you, this person thinks I'm a nice guy. And so that gives them the ability to kind of walk all over you, manipulate you. And then if you don't go along with that, then they try to get you riled up and get you to lose your temper.
Definitely.
And if you end up screaming at them, then you're the
look like a
guy
crazy
that
person.
right. When I think everyone can agree that synth was the one that came across
Crazy enough
as
to be doing farming in the first place. I didn't need much to push me over.
yeah. There's got to be something wrong with us trying to feed the world.
And Werecat, it's like nearly 3:30 here, so it's daytime still where I am. You can see the light coming through the window.
Yeah. No, yeah, we're here. It's after 10 p.m.
Oh yeah.
It's well dark outside.
Yeah, we're overcast today, so I'm hoping for a bit of rain. Our paddocks are a bit dry, so yeah, trying to keep the water costs down.
Going back to the
sorry, Georgie.
Oh no, it's going back to the point of the worldview of vegans. It's usually tied to and Mr. Garland, earlier you said, what was it? You debate a vegan enough, and usually they'll say, "I'll never eat an animal, but I'll eat a human."
Yes.
Right, and this is the type of worldview that they usually have. If it's not as extreme as that, it's along that end. It's going towards a hatred of humanity. Really.
Oh yeah.
And so So I think a lot of these tactics are used to hide. I guess just to get to my point, I think it's used to hide their hatred of humanity, and they try to use all these tactics, all these deceptive maneuvers to evade just very basic points, like animal death with crop agriculture, and it's disingenuous. They're disingenuous tactics. I think they're used to hide their hatred of humanity, and I wondered, Mr. Garland, if that goes into your. I find your demeanor, your aggressive demeanor, to be entertaining and well deserved. By the way, on the part of the vegans, they really do deserve it because they're always so damn aggressive about making everyone want to have a bunny diet. They want us to eat lettuce. But I was wondering if that had something to do with your deservedly aggressive disposition towards the vegans.
Yes, absolutely. Anyone, there are people. I think Jason John Schwartz is one of them who he was a little taken aback by my aggression towards and my disdain for veganism in general, because a lot of people don't really they don't understand the scope of the destruction and death and suffering that's caused by crop agriculture, which has, by and large, cannot be blamed on animal agriculture. And then the constant, I always, once I start debating a vegan, and I corner them into a situation every time where they have to either prove or disprove their love for the animals. And once I can determine that they are simply misanthropes who are disguising their disguising their hatred for mankind by claiming to be an animal lover, that's a very offensive way to behave.
Definitely.
If you're a misanthrope and you hate human beings, first of all, the last person you want to be taking dietary advice from, the last person a human being needs to be taking dietary advice from is a misanthrope. And these misanthropes, I'm a grown man, and if they want to try to lie to me, that's fine. I know better. I can protect myself. But the children cannot be protected. In fact,
they seem to be the most influenced most of the time too, especially youngsters and teenagers. And that's who the diet is going to harm the most.
Right. And you have school districts all over the country, all over the world right now who are trying to enforce a vegan mandate. They're doing it in elementary schools. They're doing it in high schools. They're doing it in colleges where they're trying to force a vegan diet down everyone's throat. I think that the majority of vegans are actually, they're very, I mean, this is why about 84% of vegans quit after 1 year, or within the first 5 years. I think 50% of them quit within 1 year. So most vegans are not zealots. Most vegans, they probably, they do act cultish to some degree, but they don't buy into to the point where they're zealous activists. And most of the people,
I think the majority of them are misled by some of the, there's that group on Facebook, Vegan Posters. They post these memes, and it looks all, for the animals, but they're not showing, they're only showing one side of it. So they're playing on these people's feelings, and they think, oh, well, if I go vegan, then I'm being kind to the animals. But in reality, it's the opposite.
Correct.
Because they're not showing the complete picture. They're only showing them what they want them to see. And that's where it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's propaganda. It's
exactly.
It's torture porn. And organizations like PETA and other animal rights activists have been caught repeatedly staging these scenes.
Or PETA often euthanizes thousands of animals every year. That's been well known for a while. So for a business like them to euthanize animals, well, that's not very animal friendly, is it?
Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I might be a little bit confused.
You see this? No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. But I want you to see this. This is a vegan who's been spamming my channel, trolling my channel in the comments section. And this is the type of intellectual dishonesty that you see. Now, he says, Garland, why does stopping doing something automatically make it evidence of it being bad? For example, if 84% of people are quitting exercise, does that make exercise bad? Now, notice that I did not use the fact that 84% of vegans quit veganism. That wasn't. I did not list that as evidence that veganism is bad. What I listed, the reason I listed that was that the fact that 84% quit, that means that those 84% of the vegans that quit, they are not religious zealots. It's the other 16% that stay on. Those are the hardcore. They tend to be hardcore misanthropes. They tend to be intellectually dishonest. But that 84%, those are the good vegans. Those are the ones that whenever I talk to them and show them the crop deaths, the pesticides, the reliance on petroleum, the destruction caused by tillage and phosphate mines and potassium mines, the oceanic dead zones that are being caused by the crops, then they look at that and they go, holy hell, no one told me about this. Why didn't the vegan leaders tell me all this?
That's what I'm saying. They're not telling the full story.
And so they quit. This one of, and I have vegans that, ex-vegans that contact me and say, thank you for showing me this stuff, because if it wouldn't have been for you showing me what was really going on, then I would probably still be vegan. And it's a big lie.
It's almost like the government and a lot of stuff that they do is like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing.
And these are the type of, and I'm not sure if they're intentionally deceptive, but they are deceptive regardless, because it leaves out a lot of other things that they're cooking in, to their argument. For example, do the people that exercise advocate that everyone else needs to exercise? or else they'll be sent to prison and then be forced to exercise. No,
That's right. Yeah.
correct. Usually, exercise enthusiasts don't want to force other people to have
No, they might
exercise.
say things that are encouraging and saying, "Look, it's the best thing for you to go and do," but they're not
Right.
twisting your arm and forcing you into the gym and making you do it.
Correct. So just and that's just like a very basic premise that is not equivalent to being a vegan, to being or to being a pro exercise, person. These are the types of deceptive techniques that I would say more heady individuals that like these type of conversations would quickly
Muddying the waters.
you quickly identify it as muddying the waters and being deceptive and just they're wanting to prove their side, which is fine. I want to prove my side as well, but they need to invent these hypotheticals in which they haven't even done the intellectual foundational work to make sure that it's an equivalent.
But they're not showing proof.
Yeah, it's an attempt for it's an attempt for a superficial gotcha moment, but it leaves out so much out of the pie that I kind of feel bad for whoever that said that thinks that this is a point that makes them look good.
What do they say? I'm asking you about if it's bad or not forcing the point. The thing is, though, the next comment down, JD, I've seen plenty of vegans on Twitter, and there's another Twitter user goes by Carnivore is Vegan. You've probably seen a comment on some of your videos, JD. I have, and they're constantly arguing with vegans, and they are actually saying veganism is the way to go, that it's the most healthful thing for you, but then they're not backing it up. They're simply not backing it up, but they're happy to argue about all the benefits of it, but then they're not showing, well, like any diet, there's always going to be a detrimental side of it.
And this comment right here really brings it home. He says, I'm asking about if it's bad or not about forcing it upon you.
That's what I was just commenting about, yeah.
As if they're not related. This is the same reason why when Mr. Garland correctly pointed out Nick's position that he would like to incarcerate so-called carnivorous people who eat meat and force a vegan or whatever the hell diet upon them we want. And he said, "Oh well, I'm not here to debate that. I'm not here to talk about that point of view. I want to talk about your proposition, and I want to act like as if I'm some sort of Casio calculator, and I'm going to
trying to get JD into a debate tree. Oh no, dialogue tree. Sorry.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all.
It's extremely bad faith.
And then it would have just gone down a big rabbit hole, and the proposition wouldn't have even been touched.
But here's the point. The point is that I'm asking about if it's not bad or not about forcing upon you. The point is that they're both cooked in together. The vegan position wants to force the vegan diet upon the non-vegan people. That is the most popular, not the most popular, but that is the most fervent vegan position. And all of these debates and the laws that we see going into effect, the NGOs, the unfavorable conditions for farmers and for agriculture, killing off, you have these contrived, I want to be friendly to YouTube, contrived, things to kill off bovine, whole herds of bovines, because of so-called flus, and so you see a concerted effort to force the vegan worldview on the non-vegans, yet they want to surgically remove it from their position and say, let's not talk about that. I want to talk about something else as if it's not cooked in together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
While they're still pushing it in the background.
Well, yeah, like this commenter that's pinned up here, I'm asking about if it's bad or not about forcing upon you. And this is an intellectually dishonest statement because just like we see there on the screen, can veganism be legislated? There is legislation being pursued all over the world, all over the United States, all over the world, in an effort to mandate veganism by criminalizing animal agriculture, abolishing and criminalizing animal agriculture. And so this is the kind of intellectual dishonesty that we're faced with. I'm asking if it's bad or not about forcing upon you. And this person would probably follow up by saying, yeah, but how do you, they wouldn't deny it, but they'd say, how do you know that I want to force it upon you, that I want to? And there's another layer of intellectual dishonesty because he's just someone watching the live stream, but he's trying to frame his statements as if we're speaking specifically
it's like they're trying to make
about
it personal
him.
against them, yeah.
Right. And that way he can somehow deny that vegans or at least imply that he, again, I don't think that he would deny it, but he would imply that he's not trying to force it upon anyone. However, I'd bet a bushel of soybeans that he does support legislation criminalizing animal agriculture, and that effectively would force veganism upon everyone.
Yes. It will the government's continually squeezing and squeezing and squeezing more into agriculture, where they're getting less and less and less. You know, they're getting less for the product that they're producing, even crops. And it's just making it harder and harder and harder to actually do agriculture in the first place.
Now, here's another look. Here, look at this statement he made on his way out. You guys can misrepresent what I was asking about all you want. I'm going to leave now, but Garland, let me know if you want to talk. Getting gaslit in the comment sections is draining. Have a good day. Right?
Who's gaslighting?
So now he's playing victim. Right? He came in here being intellectually dishonest, he was misrepresenting what we were saying, and now he's projecting that towards us, saying that we're misrepresenting what he was asking about. So he sat there and listened to what I said. What I said is that 84% of the vegans are quitting every year. These are the good vegans. These
you
are
didn't even bring that number up.
No, I did. I brought that number up.
84%.
Yeah, I brought that number up. But my point.
I only remember you saying 50.
No, I said 84% within 5 years quit.
Oh, okay.
And 50% quit within the first year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, sorry.
These are the sincere vegans. These are the ones that once they figure out that it's bad for their health, they quit. Once they figure out that it's bad for the environment, they quit.
Yeah.
Once they figure out that it's causing suffering and death for the animals, they quit. And so I didn't say anything about the fact that they quit is proof that veganism is bad. That's what he was misrepresenting my statement. He did that intentionally. And now he's trying to gaslight us on his way out. This is the type of intellectual dishonesty that you run into constantly with vegans. And this is why I have this, what you called, Georgie, aggression towards vegans or veganism.
Very, very deserved aggression.
Yeah.
Because the vegans, they are very aggressive with their positions. You know, they try to piggyback off of the hippie, archetype, and thinking of vegans as, just friendly, easygoing people that don't want to hurt the cute, fuzzy, wuzzy animals. But in reality, they are militant, they are intolerant, and they are not loving of their own species.
Not all of them are like that. The ones that I know personally aren't like that. I find it's mostly the ones that are online, and they probably feel safe saying stuff online because they
Well,
have a certain degree of anonymity.
The ones that are online tend to be activists, professional
Yes.
activists.
Yes. And they're not actually doing anything to help anyone or anything.
No.
They're just causing trouble.
Right.
So why do people go mad?
Yeah,
People.
and that's the very and that's what they attempt to hide the most, which is why they don't want to talk about related positions on I'm sorry, or related references on their position, like when Garland rightly called out Nick for saying he wanted to incarcerate meat eaters and give them whatever diet they want.
Oh yeah.
The reason it's correct to call that out is because it's cooked into their worldview.
Yeah.
You know, their veganism is at the same time it becomes a pillar for an authoritarian enforcement of their diet, basically for moral reasons or whatever. They can call themselves utilitarians. They'll justify their position with whatever philosophical label. But at the end of the day, they don't have basic those same basic rights that they'll argue for, or the empathy that they argue for. They do not have it for their fellow man. In fact, they have a disdain for their fellow man, which is why they're so militant against.
But then they're trying to put that type of ethics onto the animals and anthropomorphizing them.
Correct. And then when you give them a because they love hypotheticals, but they can't answer whether or not a bear should be imprisoned for killing a fish. Why not? Why shouldn't a bear be imprisoned for killing a fish?
Well, there is actually a group of vegans that are actually trying to change carnivores into herbivores.
Right. It's always going against human nature because they don't believe in human nature. When we say human nature, we know that it's static. We know that it is there's a foundation for it that is unchanging. But these vegans, they think everything is everything is interchangeable.
Bloody Disneyland world. They think they live in a Disney movie where everything's all hunky dory and just confusing.
Yeah, it's a denial of human nature.
Exactly right. Well, the thing is, the whole thing with murder and all that, it only pertains to humans. It's a human, it's law. It doesn't pertain to animals. The whole legal system doesn't pertain to animals up until a certain point. Obviously, you can't commit bestiality. You can't, obviously go around and just killing people's animals willy-nilly just for the sake of killing it. There is a law against that sort of thing. But when it comes to for meat and for providing food, it's a different law altogether. You know what I mean? It's part of our food system.
Right. Yeah. It's part of not just surviving, it's thriving.
Exactly.
There's a very common tactic is to differentiate between luxuries and necessities, and trying to place meat as basically a luxury, which in many cases you can say it's a luxury. It is luxurious.
If you go back to when the Aztecs and the Mayans and that were around, it was the upper class that were mainly eating meat. The lower class were eating corn and maize, and look what happened to them. Because that was peasant food. They're the working class. They don't eat meat.
Right. Exactly.
And those workers ended up revolting against them. And it's not happened just in that society. It's happened again. And it looks like it's what's happening again.
It's the entire let them eat cake. mentality. And the funny thing is that the vegans, they don't see themselves as on the side of the tyrannical queen.
No, right.
Or
They're
king.
doing their work for them. They're
Correct.
witless puppets.
They're on the same page as the World Economic Forum.
Yep.
And every other non-governmental organization that's pushing for, it's now a meme, but eat the bugs,
Yeah.
but they would say, well, eating bugs isn't vegan. I get it, but you're helping them push
that's right.
this
furthering their agenda.
the non-meat future they would like to bring in, while ignoring that they're helping the very they like to speak against, I don't know, they have very similar talking points against over expansion into areas and letting nature be. But
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at some of the comments that this moist vegan is making. Grown men having a big cry over people choosing not to violate rights of animals. Haha, so funny. Well,
yeah, right.
What do you say about idiots like that?
Like this comment here. So why go mad at people loving homeless dogs? And so this is the kind of intellectual dishonesty that we're talking about, because
who's getting mad over people loving homeless dogs?
Yeah, no one. That's not the definition of veganism, because you have probably, I bet you, that the people out there that are doing the most for homeless dogs in the world are not vegan.
No,
they're not vegan, and so
Sorry, Georgie, that was a bit of a
misrepresenting.
Scores.
He's misrepresenting his own cult.
Exactly.
Because when he's honest, he falls flat on his face along with his cult. So being a vegan doesn't have anything to do with loving homeless dogs.
It also looks like further down, they're calling the conspiracy theories thing because we've mentioned the World Economic Forum. Remember they did that on our last video that came up?
Right.
So they're just another misinfo.
The World Economic Forum has published all of their
yeah, that's right. It's publicly available.
Yeah.
They're not hiding it at all.
By definition, that's not a conspiracy. You're just showing your ignorance because your vocabulary isn't very accurate. You're calling something a conspiracy that's a publicly announced agenda. Oh, yes, here's another one. This guy or this person has also been spamming my comments section. Why shouldn't a baby be killed for grabbing a gun and killing someone? Same reason for a bear.
What? I'm just pulling stuff out of their ass. Yeah. But that's just...
Please stop being dictating to others and let animals live. So he wants to let animals live, but when it comes to crop protection measures like shooting animals in the face for getting too close to the crops, poisoning them,
and secondary poisoning,
polluting the rivers with all of your agrochemicals that you use.
Hello, hypoxia.
Hello oceanic dead zones. This is crop agriculture doing this. Let animals live. That's really what we're begging the vegans to do, is to let the animals live.
They only love the cute, fluffy farm animals and pets. And even then they don't love their pets because a lot of them feed them a vegan diet.
Yeah, that's animal abuse to feed
It is, yeah.
Yeah, to feed an omnivorous or carnivorous animal a vegan diet. That's like a fish out of water.
Exactly. Is that what a vegan fish would be? One that doesn't live in water?
Well, I think a vegan fish would be like a carp that primarily...
I was making a joke, Shader.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. I guess I was poking holes in your joke.
That's all right. I don't care.
Well,
But, yeah. If it's
But
animal
yeah, that's it's it's not gill. Fish have gills. They're supposed to be underwater. That's how they get their oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
And the vegan logic would be like, no, we can turn this fish into an air breather. All we have to do is take it out of the water, and it'll start breathing air.
Force it to.
And the same is true for humans or a cat or any other animal that's designed to acquire the majority of its nutrition from animal foods. We do not have a functioning cecum. Gorillas do. Gorillas do.
Correct. And that's easily findable, not just on Google.
Well, yeah, any mammalogy textbook, probably some Jane Goodall literature or films.
Is she vegan, by the way?
Zoos. It wouldn't surprise me. She's I think she's a member of the WEF. So yeah.
Okay.
When a celebrity tells me that they're vegan, I have my doubts.
I just laugh.
Yeah.
I reckon they're probably not really. It's all for the publicity and the public facing. Well, what they're doing behind closed doors. No. I mean, you only got to look at them.
Yeah, there's been much lower profile vegans, like YouTubers, that have been caught eating meat.
It's an obviously preferable a portion of one's diet. It's to say that you are objectively more content, happier, more satisfied with your overall life when you don't eat meat. I'm sorry to say, but it's a cope.
Go back to that previous comment, JD, if you wouldn't mind. Being a human, there is no reason well, I don't know about Geordie, but JD and myself, we're both farmers. You notice how moist vegans not asking us anything about farming, they're just throwing out, this. They're not asking us any questions like, how do we raise our cows? How do we raise our livestock? What do we feed them? It's all this, it's this, with no evidence to back up anything they're saying.
Yeah, there's no honest intellectual curiosity.
Like, if they were honest about their plight, they would be asking us questions. Like, how much water do livestock really use? How much do we feed them? What do they feed? There's none of that. And I'm sure, as I am, JD'd be happy to answer questions.
Sure. I've never, I haven't found a vegan activist that has the slightest interest in agriculture.
But they're happy to cite all this information that they've learnt in Dominion.
Yeah. Yeah, the closest I ever got to any vegan asking me questions or even talking about farming was David Rams. And he made a Valentine's Day video where he tried to say this was a joke, but he said, and this is the reason this is not a joke is because farmers do get death threats from vegans and animal rights activists. So he made what he's saying is a joke. He said, this is something you can do for Valentine's Day. Send a death threat to a farmer. Oh, wait, no.
I remember that.
No, no, don't do that. Send a death threat to an animal farmer. Hardy, har. And there were people that were reporting them to the FBI and everything. And of course, the FBI is not going to, the government has gone soft on vegan crime. And that is a crime. If I was to say send a death threat to any, a vegan or anyone else, I'd probably get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
That's not.
You'd at least be questioned about it.
Yeah, you don't get. That's not something that you joke about. You don't joke about sending death threats.
I haven't had death threats myself, but I have had this one. I don't know what her real name is. She calls herself Helen from Australia on Twitter. She was posting on there, and she was also arguing with Gareth Wynne Jones, who's a UK farmer. And how are you processing your animals? Well, they go to an abattoir. Like, it's none of your business. And then she must have picked up on one of my other posts about we have a mobile butcher that comes here sometimes if we've only got 1 or 2 animals to process, because it's not cost effective to send more, to only send 2. So we have the mobile butcher will come here and we hang them. Well, it's all above the law, nothing illegal. She wanted to know how they actually slaughter them. And then I was like, why do you want to know this for? Oh, because I'm going to report you for breaking the law. Well, who the hell are you? And she was making out that she works for a law firm in Sydney, I think it was. And yet she would not give me her name so I could actually check out. And then she ended up private messaging me. And I told her straight up, because I'm going to be talking to your boss, because I'm pretty sure you're stepping over your legal rights to even be asking me how I process my animals. And she ended up blocking me. And that was it. I think Gareth Wynne Jones was actually going to have a look into who she actually is, but I haven't heard anything more about it. So we've had that, which isn't a death threat, but it's still an inconvenience and a waste of time. And it's just like, if you're saying you're doing stuff above the board, okay. Well, if you're using a butcher, well, of course, a butcher's going to do what's in their legal rights to do. They're not going to do stuff that's violating the law, because otherwise they'd lose their license for a start. And why would they do something to jeopardize their livelihood?
Yeah, those guys, those slaughterhouses, they have to jump through so many hoops, and they have to go through so much red tape just to get open, and it costs a gargantuan amount of money to open one of those things, and
they have to
very
document
strict.
the process of every animal too.
Yeah,
well, they do. At least they do here anyway.
Yeah, they do not mess around with any type of unlawful stuff. I mean,
they won't take animals that haven't been tagged here. And we also have to give over, when we drop them off, we have to sign a thing with our PIC number, which is our property identification number.
Yep.
If that's not left, they will not process the animals. They'll actually just tell you, come pick them up. We can't do them because the information's not right. And yeah, it's just the way it's got to be done. You've got to do it.
Yeah.
Then when they process the animal, they also check the health of the organs. And if one of the organs is right, that whole animal cannot be consumed. Oh, now I'm in trouble. My daughter's just walked in here. What are you doing, Carissa? Conspiracy theories, because they have zero evidence and data behind them. Really, except for the data that you can easily find online. What are you doing?
Nothing. What are you doing?
I'm doing a live stream with JD. She won't come in front of the camera, but maybe she will.
Oh, hi.
This is Carissa.
Hello from Texas.
Ooh, Texas. It's nearly midnight where JD is. Yeah, she's like, middle of the day? How's it middle of the day when it's 4 o'clock?
Well, it's evening then.
Kids, huh?
Yep.
Evening. Apparently 4 o'clock is the evening. You must have heard me talking when she was outside and wondering what I was doing. Cheeky thing she is.
Is she the big sister? Is she's
she's the youngest child.
Younger sister. Okay.
Yeah. The other one, he's done his guitar, by the way. He's gone off with his friend who's just got his provisional license.
Oh boy,
So they're going driving.
getting that independence.
Yeah, well, his friend Tate, he's more musically inclined. He plays the piano and he knows all the chords and stuff. So he's been teaching Brandon chords, but he's not as good on the guitar as Brandon. So they've been helping each other and that. And he's 2 years older than him. So, but no, it's pretty good. And he's a good kid too. So I know they're not out causing trouble.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if they're going to start a band.
Oh God. I don't know. Just wait and see on that one, I suppose. I'm just reading some of these comments further down. Yes,
Yeah.
process equals slaughter. We know this. How dare vegans try to reduce harm to other sentient beings? The sad thing is, Moist Vegan, you're not reducing harm. You're not reducing harm.
Yeah.
I don't know why this has to be going over and over and over again.
Yeah. I don't think that
It's a cognitive dissonance.
I think in some cases it is. In this case, I don't think it's that. I think it's just dishonesty, to be honest. I think it's just dishonesty. It's you can sit there and explain how crop agriculture is causing all of this harm and destruction, and they'll turn around and say something like this. They simply will not face. And I think in most cases, when you show them, what crop agriculture is doing, in most cases, the vegan will say, hold on a minute. I've been suffering. My health has been going downhill. I feel like crap all the time. I'm craving meat. I'm dreaming about eating big steaks every
Yeah, I've
night.
heard them say that actually. Yeah.
And now I find out that we're spraying we're planting rodenticide bait stations out there, and it's causing even secondary poisonings of predators that find the dead bodies. When we slaughter an animal, the death comes usually within a second.
It's a fraction of a second.
It's a fraction of a second. But when you put out those rodenticides, those are anticoagulant rodenticides. They cause the animal to bleed to death internally. And that could take anywhere from 3 days to 14 days. So if it's 14 days, that's 1.8 million seconds. So that's 1.8 million.
Why down here with the Tasmanian devils, and you would have heard about the cancer tumors that they get, and they're not sure, but some of the stuff I've read, they think it could be part of the 1040 poison that they used to use to reduce the wallaby population. So 1040 has now been banned down here. Are you looking it up? The Tasmanian devil tumors.
Well, not those, but the crop protection and Tasmania.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, a lot of the animals would eat, like the wallabies would eat the 1040, and it's not just one devil because they go around in packs. And the carnivores, as well as, I forgot the other name, but they eat carrion eaters. So there's multiple animals eating the same animal, and they'll fight over the carcass. So there will be like 2 or 3 of them, sometimes even 4, all being poisoned from the same carcass.
Yeah.
In that case, so there's 4 of them being affected, not just the one animal.
Right.
And as you said, that's a secondary poisoning.
Here.
So yeah, but even then, so now they're allowed to shoot wallabies. They have to be licensed, so they have to have a permit to be able to shoot. A lot of them use subsonic rifles now, but I think that's also part of when they shoot what they call a mob of wallabies, because a group of like kangaroos and wallabies are called a mob. It's so they don't disperse. Because if you imagine, if you're using a loud shotgun, well, you might get one, but the rest will all be gone. And that is done primarily so they don't eat the pasture. And for it says permits allow a huge number of animals to be culled. Yes, that's since 2014. Interesting that they're using a picture of a wombat, because I'm pretty sure they're protected down here.
Well, but yes, they are, but they're protected. But these that's a permit is required to kill a protected species.
Yeah.
There's a lot of species that are not protected, and so those don't even require permits to kill.
Wallabies would probably come under that because there's so many of them. They're not endangered.
Yeah, and so you've got,
from my understanding, sorry to interrupt, from my understanding, the permit for wallaby shooting is more to do with just being able to shoot on a property, not so much the permit to cull the wallabies.
Yeah, it depends on the. I think it.
Probably it depends on where you are in Tasmania, because not all the Tasmania crops. A lot of it where we were is pasture, and it's feeding cattle, mainly Angus.
Yeah.
Our neighbour, when we were out at Wilmot, he had Angus cows that would get sold to McDonald's. Black Angus.
Yeah.
Because that's they do an Angus burger and stuff down here. I don't know what they do in the States. I know.
Well, yeah.
I know McDonald's menu is pretty different to other parts of the world in Australia.
Well, there's a lot of see the Angus breed. There's an Angus organization that promotes the Angus breed, and they've been very successful at promoting Black Angus, and so it's kind of got a reputation as being the premium beef. However,
it's not really.
It's all the same.
No.
I mean, no, it's not all the same, but it's really the result of the Black Angus thing. And you'll see that, we go to here in the States, we have the Outback Steakhouse, and they have a little line down there at the bottom of the menu that says, "We only serve Black Angus."
Oh, okay.
And so it's it's considered a premium beef. However, it's not better than a lot of other breeds, but they were very successful. The Angus organizations at promoting the breed as a premium.
It's not a bad meat, but it's not the best meat either. But I think they've even started trying to reduce the shootings down here now too for the population control. They're encouraging farmers to use what they call a wallaby mesh fencing to keep the wallabies out, and it's just got a smaller square, so it's got a closer knit square, so even the baby wallabies can't get through to eat the grass. And I think they've been finding that's been a bit better. But the bigger ones, once they get to a certain, so they can actually still get over the fencing, even though the fencing's 900 high, or 0.9 of a meter. So that's probably a good thing for the native animals, that they're reducing that as well. But they'll do like what kangaroos will do when there's a lot of them and there's not enough abundant food. They'll themselves, they populate they control their own population size. So the next season, they won't have as many babies. And kangaroos, like red kangaroos and the greys, and they do the similar thing. When there's not enough feed and it's very dry, they tend to not breed as much. And then when there's abundance, they'll breed more because then they have more to feed on, which to me makes sense.
So here's a video of
this in one of your other videos too.
Tasmania is one of the few places where they'll actually talk about this issue.
Oh yeah, they seem to be a little bit more open about it.
Let's listen to just a minute of this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to speak tonight about the native wildlife in Tasmania that are treasured by everyone who visits the state and especially by those of us who live here. We have unique flora and fauna because Tasmania was once part of the supercontinent of Gondwana, which split apart 200 million years ago.
I believe it's one
The
of the last
Australian
areas.
continent itself had our tiny little tip of southern of Tasmania that was the last to separate from Gondwana, and we left the Antarctic continent a mere 45 million years ago. While the rest of Australia drifted closer to the equator and became warmer and drier, Tasmania has stayed cool, and because of that, we've kept our Gondwanan legacy. And we have rare and beautiful plants and animals here that exist nowhere else on the planet. We still have the Anaspides tasmaniae, which is a mountain shrimp that looks like Triassic fossils that are over 230 million years old. And we have alpine trees like the Northophagus gunnii that grew in the Antarctic before it was ice. So these intrinsic value of our native wildlife, however, are totally lost, it appears, by this government. And we've seen recently some really horrendous examples of the lack of value this government holds in native wildlife. Native animals are treated by the government as an inconvenience, a pest, a crop destroyer, and a nuisance.
Now, listening to this and then contrasting that with Moist Vegan's pinned comment there, you have an issue with people kicking homeless dogs but not killing animals for taste preference. And here we are, listening to the Tasmanian government, probably some type of hearing of some kind, where they're discussing the fact that animals are actually being culled into extinction because of crop protection. And so it's okay. A vegan believes that it's okay to, here he says, you have an issue with people kicking homeless dogs, but not killing animals for a taste preference. So I still don't think
We're
it's
not eating those
hypocrisy. I think
animals
it's
that have been
worse.
culled. We're not eating those animals that have been culled.
No, they're not. They're just
The
leaving them
majority of
be.
them. I know of one shooter who actually eats only game meat. So he only eats what he kills, and he goes out and shoots wallabies. He mostly keeps it for his dogs, to feed his dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And so what he will do is he'll leave part of the animal out he'll skin it and he'll gut it. He leaves that out there for wildlife, like the devils and the quolls.
Yeah.
And he'll leave those out there and take the rest home for his dogs. And sometimes he eats the wallabies too. But I'm not keen on wallaby myself. But yeah, but the majority of the time they're being left out there. We're not eating them, like the majority of people. It's not on our menu.
Right. Most of the, it's most of the animals that are killed for crop protection measures are not eaten, and probably the majority of them should not be eaten because they're poisoned.
Yeah, we're not going out picking up the mice out of the field that have been poisoned.
Yeah.
But the birds of prey are.
Yeah, and they end up dead as well.
That's right.
and then a buzzard or something, some kind of scavenger shows up for that body.
That's
and
right.
they also, and it's a cascading. Veganism is a cascade of death, really.
That's right. Exactly right.
Permits to kill them are being handed out by Depipui, it seems, like lollies to kids at a party. The Launceston Golf Club's owners didn't like animal excrement dirtying the soles of their golfers' shoes, so Depipui gave them a permit to kill the ducks, possums, native hens and wallabies. And it was only thanks to the passionate outcry of Tasmanians about the killing of this wildlife that reached as far as Hollywood and gave Tasmania such bad press that caused Depipui eventually to withdraw that authorisation. Native animals in Tasmania are meant to be protected, but the meaning of that word is totally lost on the government. This is the same government, Madam Speaker, that lifted
that
the
sort of
ban
thing
on
is overboard,
1080
I think. Like killing animals off just because golfers get dirty shoes, like that's overboard. That shit doesn't need to happen. Like,
yeah,
that's ridiculous.
I totally agree. Yeah, well, the truth is that you're absolutely right, and she's absolutely right. The golfing is not. You can't blame golfers on crop agriculture, but she's bringing that up as a one facet of the plethora of facets
And
that
the
are on
reasons for it happening,
yeah.
The reasons why the permits have come out.
There's a disco ball of facets to the death and destruction that's being caused by crop protection measures, and this golf issue is really it's a horrible example to bring up when it's an isolated event. You're not going to be, if you add up the numbers of the animals that are being killed for some type of plant protection, the numbers that are the result of the numbers that are result of some golf course are going to be the least.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. She's talking about ducks that are being shot, but she hasn't spoken yet about all of the animals that die because of these poisons that they lay down and spray, and the secondary poisonings and the rain that washes that off into the streams, that kills the fish and the amphibians, and then that makes it into a river, kills more fish and amphibians, and then that makes it to the ocean. And that's why we have 95,000 square miles of oceanic dead zone around the world right now. So
it's crazy. I knew it was big. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, 95,000 square miles of.
Excuse me, Carissa. You missed that one. She's standing out the window here, and she's going, "That's what she said."
Oh, yeah.
When I said I didn't realize it was that big.
Oh my God.
Children.
Yeah.
She's probably wondering what the geese were carrying on about.
Oh boy.
They were out. You probably heard them before.
Yes, I have.
Anyway. Taste preference. Tell me another one. Yeah, they like to bring that up quite often, don't they?
Yeah, they don't know anything about human nutrition.
No.
Taste preference and cecums. What's a cecum? Tell me what a cecum is.
You're lying, Garland. You're lying.
You're lying.
You have an issue killing animals for a taste preference, but not when your vegan diet kills lots of animals, which is also for taste preference. At the end of the day.
Yeah, ultimately it's for taste preference because the essential vitamins are usually, and the minerals and vitamins are not bioavailable, or they're not bioactive.
Okay. You know how you've been bringing up, I just noticed the last comment. Imagine how much less crops there would be in a vegan world. I'm sorry. There would be more crops because there would be less nutrient-dense food available. So you'd have to produce more crops, use more land, not less. This guy just doesn't get it.
No,
I said, why shouldn't Bear be sent to jail? Because an animal doesn't come under our lawful jurisdiction in any country or under any law. Come on. You're anthropomorphizing animals again, mate. What?
If it's animal, he says, if it's animal abuse to feed dogs a vegan diet, then show a study to prove your point.
Oh my God.
There's a meta-analysis to show they can be.
Do dogs also have a functioning cecum? Do cats?
They know absolutely nothing about nutrition.
No. I mean, a dog can eat some vegetable matter, but they thrive on meat.
They're actually, I did a video. I don't know if I can pull it up real quick, but it covered a scientist that was being promoted by Hench Herbivore, and
I've heard of him. Yeah.
And I looked up his website, and he was doing research on how to feed a dog a vegan diet. And when you get into all of the, his published work, is that there were dog after dog after dog after dog that was being killed by the vegan diet, and they were figuring out through trial and error which nutrients had to be supplemented in order to, quote, feed the dog a vegan diet. And it really you can't say that anything or anyone is eating a vegan diet if it requires these industrially manufactured supplements. These supplements aren't farted out by unicorns. They have to be manufactured, and they're manufactured through industry. These are huge factories with big smokestacks and methane pipes.
You did the thing on the B12, and your chart showed chicken manure is still required.
Right.
Coal.
They have to. There was one person that tried to debunk that and say, no, that it's made by bacteria. Well, yeah, dummy. Those bacteria require a specific type of substrate to be able to grow, and so they were using either poultry manure or swine manure, and so B12 wasn't even a vegan according to their own definition. So they don't know anything about where their supplements come from.
No.
All they know is, well, it comes in this little plastic bottle, and it's someone told me that they made it in a lab.
I mean, that's something that you'd expect a 3-year-old child to think, that the milk comes out of the fridge out of a bottle.
Yeah, that's the depth of their intellectual curiosity. Is that they don't have any. All they care about is that you stop eating animals. They don't care about killing animals, because the crop protection measures are doing that.
No, they would be jumping up and down about it otherwise.
Yeah,
they ignore it.
Yeah, you'll see them standing in front of trucks that are taking animals to slaughter, but you won't see them standing in front of tractors that are preparing to spray a bunch of glyphosate pesticide.
No,
because they don't care. They don't. They're
ignorant.
Their love for the animals is not sincere.
No.
It's not just that they're ignorant. It's willful. It's willful ignorance. There's a difference between willful ignorance and just ignorance.
Yes, there is. Yes.
Willful ignorance is that's like a crime. If you're willfully ignorant of something and the result of that is destruction, then that's more along the lines of a crime. I mean, if
I'm trying to think of the word. I know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to think of the word. It's not coming to mind. Dogs are omnivorous, and that's the end point. You can get a vegetable, boil, and eat wild dogs. We'll choose a meat bowl. Obviously, that's correct.
Yeah, every time, without exception.
Mm. Oh,
And the
sorry,
same is
when we
true.
were getting, when we were getting bread from Cripps Bakery, the stuff that gets returned, the livestock refuse to touch the vegan stuff. And I don't know what they put in it, but they know. They'll eat around the other bread, because we tried mixing it in to try and get them just to eat the lot. No, they'll eat some of it, but the majority of it just gets left on the ground. So we just stop giving it to them. Anyway, what's this? David Rames and Chris Hines destroyed your stupid crop devs claim. Yeah, okay. You don't have facts and science on your side.
Did you
Except
happen
for
to-
the facts and science.
Did you happen to catch that? That video?
I didn't, but I think I'd seen the video you did rebuting it. I've seen a few where you've done that David Rames and those other two guys that he has on as well.
Yeah, that was an old video, the one that they did this week.
Oh, okay. No, I don't. I usually ignore those people. I just, yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Some of that stuff just does my head in, to be honest.
Yeah, they did a 2-hour special on Garland Farms and crop deaths.
Oh,
they tried to debunk me, and they tried to show that the crop deaths were not the fault of any plant eater, except for the livestock. And I actually, not directly, but on my channel, I challenged them. I said, I'm going to be grading you.
I think I said that.
And so they actually did a horrible job cataloging all of the animal deaths and suffering and environmental destruction. They left out so much, and I actually want
a one-sided story. In other words,
yeah, it's very
it's the typical.
Yeah, they cherry picked information. They left most of the information out, and I actually want to.
We're not ignoring that there's a part of the animal agriculture industry that needs to change. Yeah, factory farming, not good. It needs to be done in a more humane way, and a lot of farmers are doing that now. You might get one or two that might be still not doing stuff like that. They don't last very long because they're obviously breaking laws to do the way they're treating their animals, or dumping the waste into places where they're not supposed to be, like streams and stuff like that. They get caught very quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
I'm going to be doing some videos. I'm going to produce some videos by just taking segments out that are subject specific. But I do also want to do a live stream special, and I want to debunk that and tear it apart and expose it. And I'd like to have you and a couple of others join me.
Oh yeah.
And we'll sit and watch that, pause it, critique it, play it, pause it, critique it, and
I know what you mean. Yep.
You get a few farmers and a few maybe some ex-vegans to sit in.
That's what annoys me the most about these people. They're not asking the farmers. They're going and looking at this information, and they're citing old information. Stuff that was videoed 30, 40, 50 years ago, and using that as current evidence of this is how farming's done now. And it's not. Farming has changed so much, even in the last 2 years. The technology is constantly changing. The methods are constantly changing.
Mm-hmm.
And now, as you know, with regenerative agriculture, some of that is if we're even looking back further before industrialization of agriculture, what were we doing then? What can we take from that and use it now? Because obviously it was working for thousands and thousands of years beforehand. Let's use some of that and mix it up with new technology. You know, we got better technology to test the soil. We've got better technology to determine and predict outcomes of what we're doing. Probably a lot better than what we used to do. And that's what we need to do. We need to use that stuff so we can look after our livestock better, produce better food, look after the environment better. It says process equals slaughter them against their will for a taste preference. Yeah, obviously, like, come on, dude. You're just trying to use our words against us.
Well, he's still, this is the same person that he's listening to us talk about the crop protection deaths.
But he's still not acknowledging them, though.
Right. He's completely ignoring all of that. So he's being willfully ignorant.
If you've just listened to what's been said and question, throw some questions in there, and we're happy to answer them.
Well, yeah, everything revolves around shame. They're trying to shame you. They want to. Veganism is an emotion. It's a religion of emotion.
Well, that's what they seem to run on. And they play on people's emotions to elicit a response. Someone is it Psycho Cat? You all need to stop saying taste preference. It's just dishonest as hell. Exactly. It sure is. I mean, we all eat stuff that we like. So, of course, everybody, regardless of your diet, has a taste preference. You're not going to eat chilies if you don't like chilies. You're not going to eat tomatoes if you don't like tomatoes. If you don't like duck meat, you're not going to eat duck meat. So that's a taste preference.
Dennis, you didn't catch my debate on the Crucible channel, did you?
Which one? The last one or the one before with Jeffrey?
The last one. The last one.
With Nick and Elle.
Yeah. Okay, you saw it.
Yeah. I was actually on, and I had some internet connection issues, kept dropping out, but I ended up going back and watching it right through afterwards.
Okay.
That's why I've commented a couple of times. You've proven that Nick was like.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You did.
Yeah.
That's right. You did.
I might have commented under Demon Design a couple of times instead of I forget to switch my account.
Right.
But he was still arguing that we won that and blah blah blah, and he was still saying that it would place you under an empirical burden.
Oh yeah, he's being very. I mean, he's publicly confessed to trying to get me trapped in this dialogue tree to avoid.
And he's still been
debate.
trying to do it.
Yeah.
And he's been trying to get other people to debate him too. I noticed. Like, mate, you're just dishonest. Why would anybody want to talk to you when you behave like that? Not you, but him.
There were a lot of vegans that were calling him out as well. Saying,
I noticed
you're
that.
making us look bad.
You're
making us look bad. Why won't you debate him?
Yeah.
You're using these distraction tactics.
Yeah. That when he did that thing when he commented about putting the empirical burden on you, was that before or after the actual debate? When he actually made that comment.
Which comment?
When somebody asked him why he was asking about the hypocrisy question on the premise or the proposition, and then he said that it would place an empirical burden on you, an astronomical empirical burden.
Yeah.
To try and trap you into the dialogue tree. Was that before the debate or afterwards?
That was after the debate.
It was after. All right. But he still admitted to it though.
Yeah, he admitted to why he was
their game plan all along.
Right. I don't think that they did any research on crop deaths at all.
That would explain why they said, we're happy with that proposition and didn't question it any further.
Because
debate to
exactly.
Yeah. So that was their game plan.
And they buy into this. There's farmers are stereotyped as being, stupid.
Oh, I'm just
Yes.
a dumb farmer. I don't know what I'm doing, but
Yeah,
I'm just growing
yeah.
your bloody food, mate.
Yeah, they believe farmers are the dumbest, and they really thought that. I mean, you can see them. I can just imagine them sitting around slapping each other on the back, saying, "We're going to show this. We're going to manipulate this farmer. We're going to make a fool out of him." And then, of course, I shut
It didn't
down their
work.
tactic, and then they went on and on and on after the debate. They had
That's all
these.
that was. They were just derailing things so you
Yeah.
couldn't present your side.
Oh, he was coached. He was obviously coached a
Oh,
lot.
yeah, he's trying to say that you were in with Andrew and it was all against them.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And I didn't even. I had no idea that this other guy, Jim Bob, was going to show
yeah.
up. I had no idea. I mean, he sprung that on me. Afterwards, Andrew, he apologized,
apologized
for bringing him on. I had no idea. I had not been coached at all. But yes, I'm a farmer, but farmers are not as stupid as you think.
No.
And I'm smart enough to know when I'm trying, when someone's trying to manipulate me, using. I wouldn't have before this. I wouldn't have known the jargon of I couldn't say.
I didn't know about the jargon before either.
Yeah, they're going to try to use a dialogue tree on me. No, but I knew what a dialogue tree was without knowing that that's what you call it. It's like a flow chart. Ask him a yes or no question. Have that yes or no question designed.
They would have curated the questions, though.
Yeah.
And those questions would have been to keep you away from talking about what the proposition actually was.
Correct. That was the entire game plan on
because
their part.
They don't want to admit it, or they have to know. They can't be that stupid, surely. I mean, surely they've done the research themselves. They know, especially the ones that are militant and that they're pushing this agenda. They have to know. They cannot be that ignorant, surely. They're pretending to be ignorant about it. And that's why, but to show, especially on a live stream, oh, yes, we know that happens and we understand that happens. Well, that puts the whole question of veganism into question for all their other little followers. If you get what I mean, like it puts the whole thing into question. They don't want the people that have been duped to be asking questions about it, because then they'll learn the truth, then the full truth. It says crop farming harm, but if you go vegan, you cool. No, you don't. No, it doesn't take a lot, Leslie. What happens when they desertify a crop? They've got to move to another area anyway. And then they've got to spray or spread nitrogen or superphosphate. You know about superphosphate, JD?
Superphosphate?
Yeah. So it's not just phosphate, which is what they used to use. And then they'd have to leave the crops, what do they got? Fallow for up to 5 years. Let it irrigate it, water it, and it allows it to get back to where they can actually have enough nutrients to be able to grow. Superphosphate is one of the things that I've used when I was under contract, and I've been told by other farmers that have been teaching me stuff, like older generation farmers. They bought out superphosphate. It has sulfuric acid with it. So when it's spread and it gets wet, it activates the phosphate. Yeah. So then not only have you got phosphates getting into waterways, you've also got sulfuric acid.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so they can crop within days of, what do they call it, fertilizing. They still have to either irrigate or they do it just before rain.
It's called supersulfate?
Superphosphate.
Oh, superphosphate.
It's sulfuric acid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I think in the early days they used to spray a diluted sulfuric acid after spreading the phosphate. But then they came up with a way of combining it together. So it was one application. I'm not sure. I've only heard of them using it in Australia. I don't know if they use it overseas, but it wouldn't surprise me. Crop farming harm. Oh, takes a lot of land and crops to feed 80 billion animals. Oh,
Yeah, so what
back
he's
to the fucking. Oh, sorry for swearing.
he's admitting that crop farming harms, right? That's what he's saying. Crop farming does harm.
Yeah.
Now, those
But
are
if you go vegan, you cause
he's
less
willing
harm.
to say 3 words about that. Crop farming harm. You know, I mean, that's you can't get any more truncated than that when it comes
No.
to, you know, trying to explain the destruction and death and suffering caused by crop farming. But then he goes on and says, if you go vegan, you cause loss harm because it takes a lot of land and crops to feed 8 billion animals. And then look at this Yale Climate Connections, taking a page from Bison. A farm adds carbon to the soil. And so what they're talking about is ruminant animals out there.
Look at that. That's a lovely looking pasture.
Right. And so that's just the opposite of what crop production is doing. So when we have animals, these 80 billion animals that you're talking about, when they're managed properly like this, then that land is not being destroyed. That land is being regenerated.
And especially with regenerative agriculture, with intensive grazing, you can put more animals on less land. Because there are, the recommendations are that you have, like, say, for example, 1 cow per acre or whatever that is. Well, then with the intensive grazing where you move them around almost every day in some cases, you can put more animals in that 1 acre. You might be able to put 5 animals per acre. So then you can put more animals on less land.
Exactly. It's like Joel Salatin. I think,
well, look what he does with the chickens. He puts the chickens after the cows, because then the chickens are spreading the muck, which is spreading more of the manure, which is improving the soil.
Right.
Yeah, it all comes into it.
And he's increased the carbon and the nutrient content of his soil and the life in his soil to such a degree that he's reached more than 400 cow days per acre. So each acre on his property can support 1 cow for more than 400 days straight.
And it's a similar story with sheep. Be a similar story with goats, like what you're doing.
Yeah, look at this.
Stomachs of bison, or the final products coming out of them, regenerate Colorado soil.
Ranchers say it's no coincidence that the health of the Colorado grasslands dwindled with the loss of the bison herds.
Well, there you go. And there was more of them, wasn't there? Wasn't there something like 200 million? Is that just in that area?
Within the borders of what we now call the United States, there were around 50 million bison, but there were bison, there were deer, there were pronghorn, which is it's not a true antelope, but they do call it an antelope.
Oh, okay.
There were
I don't know that much about them. So.
There were many different species of ruminant that roamed the North American continent, regenerating the soil constantly, and that's
all working
why,
together.
Yeah, Let's see what they say in this little video.
Colorado's grasslands were once underhoof of some of the 50 million bison roaming the American plains. The bison were killed off. The plains also changed. There's a ranch here trying to heal the relationship between the grass and grazers. Here's Corey Reppenhagen.
Being out here on the shortgrass prairie, seeing bison just grazing about, I mean, it just resonates somewhere in your DNA where your body's like, yeah, this is right. This is how it used to be.
Bobby Gill helps manage this 7,000-acre bison ranch near Strasburg. He's not just a rancher, he's also a researcher. And this land is a science project run by the Colorado-based Savory Institute.
And what we're doing here at this ranch is showing that grassland regeneration is possible, that it is possible to have grazing herbivores, livestock on a piece of land, grazing in a way that improves the health of the land.
Gill says these bison don't just walk the soil, they're part of the soil. For example, the dirt is dusty and dry in this time of severe drought, but he says the water necessary for the growth and decay of grass can be found in the belly of these beasts.
And the only place that you'll find above ground out here where you have year-round available moisture is in that fourth stomach, the rumen of the livestock.
He says the special stomachs of grazing animals like bison have the ability to regenerate soil health. What's good for the bison going in is good for the soil coming out.
But ultimately what we want is we want this piece of manure to be broken down and fully reincorporated back into the ground.
At this ranch, the amount of grass each herd eats and the amount of time each field needs to recover has been pre-calculated. Gill says the right balance between grazing and growing will regenerate this soil. He says it's a balance that was once handled by Mother Nature. Predators like gray wolves used to keep the herds moving at just the right pace.
So now we come in as humans and we essentially take the place of the predators. So instead of wolves circling around them and causing them to move about, now we subdivide a ranch into pastures and we move them from one pasture to the next.
And he says this method of soil regeneration is not just a trend, it's a permanent solution.
This isn't just one thing that's happening in this small little microcosm right here. This is this big, huge, massive movement of land managers who are seeing that there's a better way of doing things.
Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen for Net.
That's what I keep telling the vegans. You know,
That's
they say,
an excellent video.
Yeah. So when you put animals on land to graze, you're not only growing meat and nutrition and vitamin B12, because, you know, the vegans always, well, the animals are supplementing B12. These bison are chock full of B12 and they're never supplemented because they're living out there.
Isn't it the cobalt is more of a problem?
Yeah, that's the you say major. B12 is not a common deficiency in ruminant animals, but when
I
it
didn't
is,
think it was.
when it is, it's usually because of a cobalt deficiency in the soil, which can be remedied, but they don't give them B12 shots. What they do is they give them cobalt because those rumens are designed to house bacteria, cyanobacteria that produce.
Oh, so those bottles of B12 that the vegans like to display, but to try and prove that livestock's injected with B12, or what do they call it, fortified, it's actually cobalt, not B12 in it.
That's
or is
correct.
it an actual B12, but it's a shortcut?
No, they give them cobalt. They get like a salt lick, but it's a blue.
Oh yeah, we do that often too. Yeah, we've got a
lick.
big block. I actually ran over it with the tractor yesterday. It's like a big block. It looks like a block of sand, but it's like a bluey grey colour. And the animals can just go and lick it whenever they like.
Yeah, I'll show you what.
I was actually just trying to. I thought I had a bookmarked of an Australian fella doing regenerative agriculture and his reasons for doing it, and it was a really good explanation of what he's doing. I can't find it now. It was on a TED talk.
This is what they supplement cattle. It's just a cobalt block.
Yeah, that's a bit different.
It's not
from what we
B12.
have. Ours is more of like a salt lick, And
No,
it's
no,
got a
I'm not.
whole heap of different stuff in it.
Yeah, we've got those as well. But what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that and the reason you haven't seen this before, Dennis, is because
Yeah, I'm listening.
it's not common to have to do this. It's not common. I mean, you look at the price. Look at the price of that.
Yeah, that's an American price dollar, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we'd be looking at almost double for Australia. Yeah, North American salt, and we do ours just to make sure that they're getting enough out of their food, because the animals will know themselves if they feel they're lacking in something, like they'll go and lick the tractor implements.
Yeah, because it's got
and we know
minerals
from
on it.
that, okay, well, they're lacking in something. They're looking
Yeah,
for.
I've never seen. They do not sell these over the counter in anywhere that I've never been to a feed store or any type of livestock supply
Oh, okay.
where this is sold. You know, you have to order
haven't
this
seen
special.
I haven't seen that cobalt one, but I think I've seen the one that's up above it on the left there in the grey color. That's more like the one that we use.
Yeah, I've seen those as well, but those are, you know,
I'd have to find the box that it came in to know exactly what was in it, but it looks more like that.
but that's not that all that is, and it depends on where you are. You know,
that's
usually when the soil is depleted in some mineral, it's because you're trying to graze animals that on land that has previously had crop agriculture
Yeah,
on it.
and you're trying to supplement them. Yeah.
Yeah, so those minerals have been mined by crop agriculture, and now we're trying to come in and heal that land with animals, and sometimes you have to bring in some of the minerals that crop agriculture stole from the soil.
And the thing is, when they ingest that, they'll put that back into the soil.
Right, whenever they end up, throwing down manure, then that manure returns that cobalt back to the soil, or a lot of it back to the soil, and then over time, the soil is no longer cobalt
Well, it
deficient.
builds up. Yeah, exactly. I can't find that link. It's always the way.
So this is what you cannot feed a human being cobalt and have them manufacture B12.
Doesn't work.
Right. But when vegans say that livestock are supplemented B12, this is what they're talking about. They're talking about giving them cobalt. Cobalt is not B12.
I know. I've actually seen them post on Twitter. They post a picture of it, and it'll be like a bottle and it says B12 on it. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, they'll show. There are B12 supplements for animals, but it's a very rare occurrence. It's
They
not
like
something
to. They like to. Here, I've got a link here for you in the private chat.
Okay.
That was just the first one that came up. You might get a different result. But they like to parade it, is what I'm saying. And it's like, oh, but look, there's all these supplements for livestock. Yeah, so I'm getting mostly Australian results. You might get something different. Yeah, so you got something different straight up. That looks like more like what you give humans.
Yeah. There's a B complex.
Yeah, I've got a Troy vitamin B12, which has horses on it. An Ultra B12 doesn't have any animals. Seva vitamin B complex 100 milliliters with a horse on it. Another one's got a horse on it. There's superior source, no shot. Methylcobalamin B12.
Methylcobalamin. That's
Cobalamin.
that's the human active that would
And
be
that's
for
in
humans.
the display of the products at the top.
You don't
of the
need to give a
result.
cow methylcobalamin because they can manufacture methylcobalamin from cyanocobalamin.
So it's an absolute waste of time.
Yeah.
They probably just pee it straight out. A bit like when we take too much of a particular supplement, we don't actually absorb it, we expel it. So that's
So
the part
here's-
of where the dishonesty comes into it.
Yeah.
Oh, but the animals don't have a fucking cecum. That's a new word for us, cecum. Is it true that cows need supplemental vitamin B12? It's a bit hard for me to read, but anyway, there is a far too common
I tried to.
floating around the internet. I'll leave you to a
There's
hazardous
far too
guess.
common. There's
Yep.
a far too common claim floating around the internet. I'll leave you to hazard a guess from whom and where this came. Quote, vitamin B12 in meat is from supplements given to cows. So why not just take a supplement directly? When I read into this often mentioned quote, I see three other arguments that pop up which attempt to support this claim. For one, there's the assumption that cows need to be supplemented with B12. Two, that cows are regularly and often supplemented with B12.
That's the
And
lies I've
finally,
been hearing.
yeah, I've never
Sorry.
seen it. We've been
I see
my
it on
family has
Twitter.
been in the cattle, had at least a side business going back to the 1800s and raising cattle, and that we've never ever supplemented with any type of B12, not even cobalt,
Huh.
which is not B12, but that's what the cow manufactures B12 from.
Hmm.
So the second lie they tell is that they're regularly supplemented with B12. And finally, as the quote above obviously states, meat comes from animals that are supplemented with B12. Therefore, it's better to, quote, cut out the middleman by not eating meat and just taking the vitamin B12 supplements directly instead. But how truthful is this claim?
Hmm.
It's completely false. Or is there some element of truth to it? There's only one way to find out. If one were to ask whether cows need vitamin B12 at all and deliberately leave out the word supplement from the question, the very easy and short answer would be yes, they do need B12. Now let me get into the longer answer. Yes, cows do need vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 is a water-soluble vitamin. It's important for metabolizing nucleic acids as well as fats and carbohydrates. Primarily, it plays a role in purine and pyrimidine synthesis, transfer of methyl groups, and protein formation from amino acids. Other general functions of B12 are in the promotion of red blood cell synthesis and in the maintaining of the integrity of the nervous system. Vitamin B12 also helps the synthesis and formation of methionine, one of the essential amino acids, as an important cofactor. Plus, the vitamin contributes to the normal formation and utilization of folic acid, vitamin B9. Vitamin B12 is stored in the liver, where it's slowly released and used by the body, being continually replenished over time. This vitamin is produced in the presence of the mineral element cobalt. They are basically synergistic. One cannot exist without the other. Any deficiencies that occur as a result of vitamin B12, also called cobalamin, insufficiencies in the diet are only secondary to a more serious cobalt deficiency. In other words, while deficiency symptoms of cobalamin and cobalt are the same, the deficiency in cobalamin is a direct result of a deficiency in cobalt, not vice versa, never vice versa. Therefore, where cows need vitamin B12 is where they need cobalt. There is a notable exception to this rule where vitamin B12 alone can show deficiencies in livestock, and I'll explain below. The importance of cobalt for the ruminant. Cobalt is required in a ruminant's diet for the synthesis of cobalamin, or B12. This mineral is an important part of the structure and properties of cobalamin. So you have to have cobalt for the animal to make its own vitamin B12.
Makes sense.
Plus, it's the primary mineral that aids in rumen microorganisms, largely bacteria, in synthesizing cobalamin. So these are cyanobacteria. They are bacteria that produce B12 when they have a supply of cobalt.
And a functioning cecum.
And a functioning rumen in this case.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, for a gorilla, that would happen in the cecum. Cecum and rumen have the same purpose.
There you
The
go.
benefit for the cow is the cow doesn't have to eat its own poop, whereas a gorilla, anything with a functioning cecum has to eat its own poop to get that B12.
I thought ruminants had a cecum as well. Or am I mistaken?
No, they don't. That's
There
a
you go.
hindgut fermenter feature.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah. So as a result, rumen microbes rely on a dietary source of cobalt so that they can basically make vitamin B12 for the cow. This is a much different case for most non-ruminants or monogastrics like human beings,
Mm-hmm.
where cobalt is of much less importance for their dietary needs than cobalamin. So in other words, if you don't have a rumen, then you've got to get B12 in your diet. You can't just consume the mineral cobalt and have bacteria make your B12 for you.
We don't have the bacteria.
Right. We don't have the rumen, so we don't have the bacteria. We don't have a cecum either. So that happens in the cecum of a gorilla.
Yep.
So the gorilla ends up eating the cecotropes, which are the
butt cookie.
the butt cookies. Rumen microbes rely on something called the intrinsic factor, a glycoprotein that is derived from the degradation of non-protein nitrogen sources, such as urea or ammonia, or other proteins, so that cobalamin can be absorbed. Without the intrinsic factor, ruminants can experience vitamin B12 deficiency. Most cobalamin absorption occurs in the first part of the bovine small intestine, the duodenum. But I'm going to go ahead and link this.
Yeah, that's a hell of a read, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long one, but you get the gist. It's
oh my God, and I just noticed that most vegans' last comment. B12 is no issue being vegan. There is a vegan supplement. Obviously didn't listen to what we were just talking about. This is why they're frustrating. Absolutely
they're just
frustrating.
intellectually dishonest as
Yeah.
the day is long. Yeah.
Now that's a good one. I like that link. I'm gonna have to copy that and bookmark that myself.
Yeah, and if there's any honest vegans in the room, go ahead and bookmark that yourself. Read
At
it.
least read through it. Like, come on. Mark that under vegan nonsense. That's my vegan bookmark area folder. Vegan nonsense.
Yeah, I have a folder like that too.
No, that's a good one. Ruminations blog. That's a good name for a blog, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Thanks for finding that. That was good.
Oh, here's
it's something, that's for sure. B12 in meat is from supplements given to the cows.
It says all ruminants, including sheep, cattle, and goats, require cobalt in their diet for the synthesis of B12. So there you go. I mean,
it's telling
the
us
fact this is that
where it
a
comes from.
cobalt deficiency is not common.
No.
And so, yes, they require cobalt in their diet, but most cows, most areas, most ruminants, sheep, goats, they're getting cobalt in their diet. Like here in Central Texas, we're not We're not supplementing cobalt. You
Without
won't
looking
find.
it up, I think our biggest problem down here is iodine. Iodine deficiency and vitamin D, which is a common thing for a lot of people all over the world.
Are you talking about iodine deficiency in humans?
No, iodine in the soil. It's a bit of a problem down here.
Well, it's going to be a problem inland always. There's not, there's just not a lot of iodine the further inland you move, because most of the iodine is in the oceans. And that's also, when you look into human anthropology, you'll find that the great majority of all of the evidence they have of prehistoric man is along the coastlines. And, and
abundance
that
of food
would explain why when human beings move inland, they start getting goiter, they start having babies with cretinism, and these are symptoms and the results of iodine deficiency. But you don't get that when you live on the coast.
That's interesting.
Because all of these fish and things from the ocean, when we eat those, you're getting iodine. And iodine is a very essential nutrient for human beings. That's because we're designed to live on the coast. That's why they started. That's why they produced iodized salt, because it was a way for inland living human beings. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense. Yes. I'm just having a look at some of these comments. There's decades of data showing vegans who supplement are not deficient in B12. But if Ellie is still unaware of it, I was the subscriber to say, please destroy her. We lost a lot of credibility. Please destroy her.
Yeah.
Because they were commenting about that too, weren't they? Like afterwards on other videos and that about you destroying them. It was never destroyed.
Yeah, she thought that was some type of trump card, Oh, he said he was going to destroy me. She tried to make an issue out of that,
More of a dishonesty.
I didn't have to destroy her. She destroyed herself.
Yeah. Made themselves look silly. It's because you can't substantiate your claim. So of pride, you can't win the debate. What debate? They must be talking about something else.
Yeah.
There must be something up in the comments. Plentiful food. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Vegan gaze is what happens when she assumed in a debate that all farmers are not smart. Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She made a fool of herself.
Oh, yeah. She's still doing it, to be honest. Daniel.
Yeah. Dennis.
Me.
JD, Dennis, do you think the same could be done with horses? Yeah.
I think they're talking about using them as like we do it for
to
ruminants.
rebuild the soil. Yeah.
Are they ruminants? I don't think they are they?
They're hind gut fermenters. But yes, you could if you had a huge herd of horses, then you could certainly rebuild soil.
Yeah, I think if horse meat was more on the menu, more people would probably farm horses in that respect. But it can be very expensive, and depending on where you live too, to have horses. Because they have a particular diet. You have to supplement them with feed. I guess it depends on what you've got available to them too.
Well, there are wild there are wild horses that never get any type of supplement.
I meant I don't mean supplement like what we were talking about with the B12. I mean supplement their feed.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that here in the United States, we have populations of wild horses
we do here in the mainland as well.
Yeah, so it's not a given that horses are going to require supplemented feed at all, even, you know. They can survive in the wild.
I'm probably
in the
thinking
right place.
more like in our situation, if we had horses, because our grass is down a bit at the moment, where it's fine for the sheep and the calf, it wouldn't be enough for probably 3 or 4 horses.
Yeah,
because they just consume more in total.
Yeah, but if you like that the video that we saw with the guy with the bison, there was lots of acreage there.
Yeah, his grass actually looked like ours at the moment.
Yeah, you know, if there's enough space, then yeah, you could use horses to rebuild the soil. It's actually, you know, it's not. I don't think that it's ideal to pick one species and say I'm going to rebuild the soil with this one species. For instance, like goats are browsers. They like to reach up for their food.
Yes.
Whereas
they like to destroy fences too.
They like to destroy fences. They use fences, and they'll use
fences are leverage.
They'll use a human being for leverage if they're standing very close to some, you know, something tasty. They'll use you to stand up on their hind legs.
Oh yeah,
it happens to me all the time. I sometimes I'll walk my goats up on their hill where they browse every day, and I don't do this every day, but I do it from time to time. I walk up there and just kind of like a shepherd, you know, spend a couple hours with them.
Oh yeah.
And they'll follow me around, and I'll find a limb that I think needs to be kind of pruned back a little bit. It's got tons and tons of leaves on it.
Yeah.
I'll pull it down for them, and they'll all come running over there. And I'll have 4 or 5 of them using me as a post to lean up against as they, you know. So I'll have all these hoof marks all over my chest and my back.
So your next live stream, you'll have a couple of black eyes. And pulled off here.
Exactly.
No, goats are good value. We do a similar thing with like yesterday. We fed the sheep with the 2.5-year-old that was just visiting, and just fed them digestive biscuits, which is something I do with them quite often because it's easier on their stomach than just other human foods. Oh, she had a ball, but then the sheep wouldn't leave her alone. we had to get her out of there because they were pushing her over, and they just get too excited. But
they do.
It promotes friendliness with them. And we find it's easier to handle them when they're that way.
Sure.
So but I'll do the same thing. I'll go out like this morning. I was out there with a couple of hours with them, and and sometimes they just want scratches. Sometimes they just want food.
Yeah, and you can use sweet feed. You can use those little biscuits, or you can do what I do is just go on a trek with them and pull those limbs down that they can't reach.
Yeah, we don't have any trees around here at the moment.
All right.
And the only trees that we've got that are overhanging at the back fence, we've got the beehives under there to protect the beehives.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want the sheep getting in there because they just push the hives over.
Yeah.
Because they like to have a scratch on them like the sheep like to do.
Yeah.
So we're actually looking at putting in more trees, but then we've got to protect them too. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I put a claret ash in a while ago, and I put a tree guard around it that I made. And the bigger cow, when we had her in here, and she decided to forage all the branches off the tree, didn't she?
Oh gosh!
A stick with a bit where she couldn't reach. It's just got a ball of leaves at the top.
Yeah.
Thanks, Elsie. Thanks for killing the tree.
Yeah. Anytime you plant a tree and you've got cows or goats or any type of ruminant, you've got to
protect them.
You got to put a fence around that tree, or it'll be.
It might take long before it's gone. It doesn't take long at all. It's just animals are often complete bastards in nature, to each other in
To each
nature.
other in
Yeah,
nature.
of course they are, yeah. Attempting to
Yeah.
attribute human qualities to them and demanding that we take real risks with our health as a result is insane. Well, that goes back to what I mentioned before. The laws, our human laws, don't pertain to animals in that respect. They need to stop anthropomorphizing animals. We don't live in a Disney movie.
Yeah.
You know, they're a food source. There's animals that we have, like dogs, cats, they're utilitarian. We use them for a purpose, and it was usually to help us hunt or companionship. Good night, Psycho Cat. Yeah, different animals have different roles in our society. And it's as simple as that. Some are food, some are companion, utilitarian.
Yeah, they want to label any relationship that we have with any animals as exploitation, you know.
Yes.
And that's just more of that. They're trying to appeal to emotion is all they're doing. You know, every animal that we are companions with, you know, even like these service dogs for blind people, that's exploitation and should be it should be criminalized, you know.
I haven't heard that one, but it doesn't surprise me. Not in the least. That's just ridiculous. The more all the new thing, you people just need to smack up the side of the head. You really do. Vegans fail.
They need to wake up.
Regenerative agriculture is the best, and not veganic agriculture or monocropping agriculture. Have any actual veganic farms actually succeeded at the point where they're actually feeding a good number of people? I know there are some veganic farms that exist, but are they actually being successful is the question. Carnivore is Vegan had this argument with somebody a little while ago. I would have been last month. And she pointed out that there was one particular one that the vegan that pointed out, and she actually went through their thing, and they're actually broke. They're living hand to mouth, basically. And the people that actually have them, they have work there, are volunteers. They don't get paid, and they're not. Yeah, it's a failed adventure, you could say.
Yeah, there's it's very precarious. Veganic farming is very precarious because it requires, first of all, it requires mined phosphorus, mined potassium.
Yeah, well, they're still relying on the petrochemical industry,
yeah,
really.
Yeah, they are. So they're calling it veganic, but they're not being honest. Even the veganic farmers, I won't name the farm, but there's a farmer in England that I had some interaction with. He's one of the more well-known, quote, veganic farmers, and he was making the claim to me that he was very successful and he wasn't supplementing any nutrition to his soil. And then I found an article where he had confessed to bringing in, and I don't have the exact amount of.
Was he bringing in organic matter?
Yeah, it was wood chips. It was major amounts of wood chips. It was huge. Wow. It was a huge amount of wood chips that he was bringing in. And I explained to him,
organic, is it?
Yeah, I said, you're not exactly being honest. You know, what would people think if they knew about all these wood chips? And as soon as I called him out on that, he stopped corresponding with me. He wouldn't.
Funny that.
Yeah, he wouldn't discuss those wood chips with me. And so, and that's what you
find was mixed in those wood chips.
Yeah, and you find all of these veganic farmers are are bringing in some type of organic material in large quantities, and it's something that
Be
will
honest
not
about it.
scale. It will not scale because
No.
like I've said it many times. I think that adding wood chips to the soil is a wonderful way to rebuild the soil carbon. I mean, it's a fantastic way to do that. The problem is that there's not that many wood chips available.
No. Well, I use the shavings from my wood turning and the woodwork.
Yeah, but you're
only when it's got no finish on it, though. You have to be very careful with the finishes, like with lacquer and stuff like that. You don't put that in your garden, but the natural wood, it's fine. It just breaks down over time, and that'd be the same sort of thing with the wood chips.
Yeah, and it works. If you've got a wood shop and you've got a small, a few acres, then that's fine. But let's say you've got 500 acres and you've got a wood shop. Is that going to make a dent? Yeah, you're not. You're going to have to be spending all your time in the wood shop creating enough sawdust to justify using that as your primary.
You also have to be careful what the timber is too.
So there are some that are acidifying.
Yeah, black walnut. If you go to a black walnut orchard, how many of them do you see with grass actually growing directly under the tree? It just the oil in the walnut kills the grass. So if you go and put that on your veggie garden, you're just killing the soil basically.
Yeah,
so
and same thing with cedar and juniper.
That'd be the same thing. Yeah. So mostly we just put it on top as like a mulch, and then let it break down. Popping in again. What do you say to my invitation to talk?
I didn't. I guess I missed that
I
earlier.
didn't see that either. But then again, we haven't really been watching much of the comments either.
Mr. Musiak, you're welcome to come on and talk to us if you'd like. There's a link. There's a link in the chat at the top.
Yeah, back at 5:04 p.m. Garland, you don't have to do it now, but if you communicate better through email, then I hope you provide your email somewhere so that I can share my interest in discussing crop agriculture ethics. Well, all I've got to say to that is that if you can't find JD's email, there's something wrong with you, because I was able to find it quite easily. And we've been emailing back and forth for a little while.
Yeah.
And then I think I ended up asking you, and it was the same email anyway. So,
yeah, Mr. Musiak, if you can't find it, then why don't you go to my comments section and ask for it? I'll give it to you, and then we can have this conversation if you'd like. Or you can come on the live stream and talk to me face to face, so to speak.
I know his invitation's actually up further from what I'm seeing. But he's asking, he said, I hope you have or will render an answer to my invitation to talk about the implied hypocrisy of crop agriculture as opposed to... He's just trying to push more of Nick's nonsense.
Yeah, they still think that we're in the debate and they're going to trap me in a dialogue tree. That's really pathetic at this point.
The funniest thing is that, what I don't get is that all they had to do is have a look at the proposition. They could even put that into a search engine and they will get results showing them what you were talking about. You probably even, some of your videos will probably come up in the search results that they could quite easily watch, which would actually answer that proposition. Actually, a lot of your videos would answer that proposition.
Yeah.
Laziness. They want you to talk face to face, and they want to catch you in that dialogue tree thing.
Yeah, they think that if we can get him, even 5 years from now, we're still going to be hounding him. Please call us a hypocrite. Please call us a hypocrite.
That'll be your legacy.
Yeah. Now look at this statement. You cannot regenerate more than 20 years. There's only a certain amount you can sequester. And this was done by, there was one study that looked at one farmer, and they said, well, there's a limit to how much carbon you can put back into the soil. And as if that's an argument to not
See, they
do
don't
it,
seem to
right?
take into account that while you've got livestock on that land, as the livestock's adding more manure, or you can add more soil even yourself. And like people do with grass, to level their grass and their yards out, and they slowly add more soil and let the grass grow up through it to level it out. You can do the same with your pasture. So that alone would increase your sequestering capability, because you're making the soil deeper.
Right.
Simple things like that. Even with making sure or introducing dung beetles, if you don't have dung beetles in your pasture. Dung beetles is something that are often introduced by a lot of farmers to help break down the manure. And they take that manure down deep into the soil. I'm not sure how far down. Is it 2 meters or more? That alone helps more sequestering as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're trying to claim that they're not addressing that
No.
the soil continues, so whatever's happening at that top layer can be extended deeper and deeper.
That's right.
But look at this. This is a graph or some type of visual aid for
I remember
game.
we looking at this one a while ago, I think.
So there in 1993, it kind of shows the timeline of how he did this. And you start in 1993, he started no-tilling. And at that point, he had 1.7% carbon matter, organic matter.
Yep.
And then in 1995, he started he moved out of just monocropping and into cash crop diversity. So he was planting more than one cash crop in one field at a time.
Oh, yeah.
And then 2 years later, he integrated cover crops, and his organic matter went from 2 to 3. And then in 2006, he went to multi-species of cover crops, and then he extended his growing season, and he jumped from 3.1 to 4.2% organic matter. And then 4 years later in 2010, he continued the multi-species cover crops, but then he started integrating livestock integration, and he went from 4.2 to 6.1.
Notice even to 2013, it's increasing.
Right.
The difference is more. There's more.
Right. He's gone from 6.1 now to, and that was in 2013, 11.1% organic matter.
So that's almost double just from 2010.
Yeah, and that was after integrating livestock, and that's what the livestock did for him. And that was in 2013. I'm going to see if I can look up what he's doing.
I can only imagine what he's doing now, because he's been doing it for a while, hasn't he? I know it's been one of the videos I watched in 2019. It said then that he'd been doing it for about 25 years.
Yeah, and it just keeps getting better and better. Let's see what he's going to say here. We'll see if I can watch this. Oh, that's an hour long.
Yeah.
Hour and a half. Let me see if I can find something else.
Yeah, he's got some good ones, and I think most of them are usually at least an hour long.
Yeah, here's a good article in Reuters. Let's see. I'll pull this up. This is a good one. I think. I haven't read it, but it looks good from the outside.
Here's a good link that I got given by Ed Boyges, or whatever his name is, on Twitter. I'll give you the link if you want to share it. But it's a playlist if anybody wants to actually go through it and learn something. It's pretty much, what's it got? The secrets of the soil sociobiome. And there's a whole heap of videos about regenerative agriculture, how important the soil is, and it basically covers everything.
Okay, I'm going to put a link.
Yeah, I figure you don't want to get there because a lot of them are over an hour and a half long.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and show
if anybody
that.
wants to actually go through it and learn something, good on them.
Yeah, so there's the playlist. It's what it looks like. I put a link in the comments, so you guys bookmark that. Go through here. You'll learn a lot of what we're talking about. There's Gabe Brown right there.
There's a few of them in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good information there.
But I haven't even gone through half of them yet. I haven't.
Some of these guys are in Australia too, I think.
Yeah.
Look at you guys watch this. In the meantime, let's go back and look at this article that I was pulling up about Gabe Brown. The farmers trying to restore life to America's stressed soils as climate change bites. So there's Gabe. North Dakota rancher Gabe Brown is one of the leaders of the regenerative agriculture.
And I love one of the comments that he said when he's asked about slaughtering or processing his animals. And the thing that he says is that my animals have a fantastic life and one bad moment.
Yeah.
And that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And when he says moment, that's a fraction of a second.
That's right.
Yeah, this is a good quote right here. I have never been on a single farm, including my own, where the soil is not degraded. With the vast majority of farmers we work with, 75% of the carbon that was once in those soils is now in the atmosphere. And that's because of tillage.
Yeah.
That's from the tillage. Yeah, it's from the tillage. Yeah. Since transitioning to regenerative methods in the 90s, Brown's farm has quadrupled the amount of organic matter in its soils. So here we are trying to regenerate the soils. We're trying to sequester carbon from the atmosphere, put it back in the soils where it once was. And you have vegans like this Moist Vegan who are arguing against it. They're arguing against regenerating the soils. They don't want to regenerate the soils.
And that goes back to what we were saying before. They're unwitting puppets of things like the WEF. They're helping to push their agenda and not even realizing it. They don't even have to be told what the agenda is and they're still pushing it. Yeah, that's amazing to quadruple it. And he's probably done more than that by now. How old is that article, did it say?
That was, let's see.
September 14, 2022.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, I noticed this comment here. Grazed and Confused is the meta-analysis study on regen farming. So they think that these vegans think that a meta-analysis is more valuable than an actual farm that's showing what can be done.
It's like, you would have heard of George Monbiot, that journalist that works for The Guardian.
I'm not familiar.
Well, he has me blocked now on Twitter, so I keep calling him out. He doesn't like me. I don't know why. Would never imagine why he would hate me or not like me.
Yeah, this
he
is what
keeps saying that regen won't work, that we have to rewild. And
yeah.
he got his information from a farm that he visited in the UK, and it turned out that they were employing very bad farming practices. And that's where he learnt his information from, and he seems to be sticking with it. It's like I've been on the farm and I've learnt this, but you're not looking what other farmers are doing, George. This is your problem. And this is most people's problems when they're going against things like regenerative agriculture. They're looking at the destructive industrial agriculture, which we agree needs to change the way it's doing stuff, because it is destroying the environment. We agree on that. But then you're saying that the stuff that the regenerative agriculture farmers are trying to employ doesn't work because you're basing it on stuff that people don't understand fully what it is. I mean, I've even had people confuse it with holistic agriculture. And while they're very similar, and there's a lot of similar practices in it, they are different. There is some things that are like holistic seems to be more for a bigger farm, like the video of the bison that you showed earlier. And they mentioned holistic agriculture by the Savory Institute, and that's a great thing. I think that's fantastic. But when you're talking about smaller farms, like what I'm doing, only on 5 acres, we can't do the holistic thing. It's not feasible because we don't have the space to be able to do that. So the moment I move my animals every 7 days to allow each crop or each pasture to fallow for 25 days is what I worked it out to. 21 days is for worm die-off. So we reduce our costs of having to worm every 6 months. We just do it every 12 months. And we keep an eye on the animals, obviously. If they look like there's something wrong, we'll worm them, because that's usually what the issue is. But yeah, so it reduces our costs in that way because we're rotating them every 7 days and allowing the pasture to settle, allowing the manure to get into it, and allowing the grass to grow.
Right.
So it's a little bit different from holistic in that approach. And I think we mentioned maybe on the last live that I was on with you that feeding the chickens on the manure and having them break up the manure and stuff.
Sure.
And that's another thing that we're looking at doing, so we can I can reduce my fuel costs, because then I don't have to harrow the paddock to break the manure up. The chickens are doing it. So then we're growing meat birds as well then too, and getting eggs. Can't beat pasture raised eggs.
No. Talk about delicious and full of
Oh,
nutrition.
yeah. Even the color's different. Your yolks actually look golden. I love it. Grazing.
Yeah, they do.
Huh?
Yeah, this the vegans have this list of meta-analysis that were done by entities with a vested interest in decreasing or abolishing animal agriculture. And they act like a meta-analysis is like a magic wand where, there's nothing more credible in their mind than a meta-analysis that supports their narrative.
No,
but a meta-analysis is nothing more than cherry picking a group of studies that you think that in conglomeration will support your thesis or your agenda, and then mashing all that information together and then presenting it in a way that supports your agenda. And that's what the vegans are doing. They will actually tell you that, oh no, meta-analysis actually that's one of the great things about a meta-analysis, that it will omit any bias, which is absolutely
I mean, you've got to look at who's actually writing the information. Where are they getting the information from? I mean, you can look up something 10 different ways on Google and get 10 different answers.
Yeah.
So obviously, if we were to do our own research, then it'll be skewed towards our bias.
And so it says here there's 3 stages at which bias can be injected into a meta-analysis. And they're first finding studies, selection of the identified studies for the meta-analysis, and then extracting the data from the selected study. So there's 3 layers of potential bias. So there's this claim that vegans keep making that, hey, I'm going to give you a meta-analysis, and it's at the top of the hierarchy of scientific evidence.
And that's even coming from PubMed too.
Yeah. It's so they're just so dishonest. I mean, I think it's disgusting how dishonest the vegans are.
And yeah, what a great way to look at it. Imagine telling someone, I'll give a good life and kill you at 1/10 of your natural lifespan. Yeah, I've seen this argument before too, for someone's taste preference. Back to the taste preference again.
Yeah.
So
And the taste preference, and also completely ignoring the multi-billion-dollar crop protection industry.
Yeah.
Lethal crop protection measures that kill wild animals in protection of crops that require supplementation.
It's not just the food industry either.
Deficient.
It's also the pharmaceutical industry as well. There's a similar thing happens when they grow poppies. Poppies for the pharmaceutical, those crops have got to be protected as well. And then what do vegans need when they get deathly sick? They need pharmaceuticals. And we do too when we get sick and stuff like that, but I guarantee they need it more often than we do. I don't remember the last time I was actually sick, to be honest. Would have been the last time I was in hospital when I had my gallbladder taken out.
Yeah, I'm never sick either. I mean, I can't remember the last time I was sick.
Because we eat a proper diet.
Yeah, exactly. We get those
We eat
nutrients.
our species-appropriate diet. Obsessing
So here's-
relentlessly over one bad moment seems rather glass half empty, to put it mildly. They're supporting what we're saying, I think. Oh yeah, the vegans carrying on about the deaths when it's one bad moment.
Yeah, so it was about 6 years ago when Bayer, the pharmaceutical giant, bought Monsanto, the farming giant.
I remember that.
A marriage made in hell. So now I've done some videos about this. You got Bayer, which is a pharmaceutical company, and then you've got Monsanto, which is a seed and pesticide company. And Bayer bought Monsanto, and then Bayer started making drugs to treat the cancers caused by Monsanto. So they're making money, hand over fist. They're making it.
They're like they're double dipping.
Double dipping is that's the phrase. Double dipping. And this Bayer Monsanto marriage made in hell. These are two, Bayer is behind, it's one of the entities that is behind the corporate push for veganism.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Why wouldn't they be? You're going to make people sick by forcing nutritional deficiencies. Yeah. Well, they won't make them better. They'll sell you expensive drugs to mask the symptoms of the nutritional deficiencies.
And then they'll give you more to mask the problems that those drugs are making.
Yeah, this drug it masks one symptom, but it gives you 4 more symptoms. Those 4 symptoms we have 4 drugs for, and those 4 drugs also have 4 symptoms per each.
Well,
and so
you'll
now
need
you've
these
got
drugs for
16, and then 32 and 64, and then
Yeah.
pretty soon, there are people out there that wake up in the morning and they actually have to
Oh,
get
yeah.
a bucket
Oh.
of medicine.
Yeah, I know someone who takes about 30 different medications every day just to stay alive. And he knows that most of them are just to counteract the stuff that the other drugs are doing. Why would you do it? Don't jump up and down. You'll sound like a pill bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's another one of my my vegan trolls, the crab. Ever since that last ever since that last debate or the attempt at debate, this crab has been crawling all over my comments section.
I think I've seen
and
it before.
begging me to call him a hypocrite. I mean, he's one of these. You have to call us a hypocrite, please. Call us hypocrites, please.
So many strawmen and misinformation. Here comes another brainwashed cult member. Yeah, it's a bit right.
Yeah.
At least someone's been honest. Or maybe the same one.
I think, that was someone on our side.
Yeah.
Describing them. Humans, animals both feel pain and suffer, have personalities and individual experiences. So why wrong to kill human but not farmed animal? What's the moral relevant difference? Well, you explain to me what's the moral relevant difference. What's the trait? Name the trait that makes it okay to shoot a deer in the face for getting too close to the spinach. What's the trait that makes it okay to shoot a rabbit in the gut for getting too close to the carrots? But the carrots are grown for the cat. No, they're not. Get a grip. Garland Farms, I almost forgot Dr. Abby on plant-based news shorts made a video called Plant-Based Diets and Supplements. The second video, it's so delusional and cringe. Yeah, Dr. Abby actually contacted me through the Crucible, and he wanted to debate. But he wanted to debate about soy, and he wanted to talk about soy. And but he wanted to stipulate that we could only talk about soy in terms of soy. In other words, we can't differentiate between soybeans, soy meal, and soy oil. We have to talk about if it's soy oil, it's soy. If it's soybeans, it's soy. If it's soybean meal, it's soy. In other words, he was trying to word his proposition so that he could paint the picture that most of the soy was being grown for livestock, because he's a liar.
Yeah, because they like to go by the net weight, not what it's actually been used for.
Yeah. Dr. Abby does not know the difference between a vegan diet, a Mediterranean diet, a vegetarian diet, or a pescatarian diet, or any plant-based diet. It's a good laugh. They're all plant-based. You need to show the errors to show the bias, though, Garland. You have to show the errors. Because if you can't show the errors, then you have to accept our meta-analysis as God's word.
God's word.
Yeah, they're here we are. We're showing everyone, we're showing everyone something like this, where the farmers are restoring the carbon in the soil, where Gabe Brown has quadrupled the amount of organic matter. And you think that here I am showing you a real life example of a farmer who is still increasing organic matter in the soil, and you want to come at me with a meta-analysis and claim that, well, you have to show me the error. Well, here it is.
I mean, he's not just increasing it; he's also improving it every time he's measured it. The increase has been exponential.
Yeah, look at this next statement there.
Right.
It says we're now able to infiltrate 30 inches of rainfall per hour. Can you imagine? I mean, 30 inches of rainfall in an hour can be absorbed into the soil like a sponge.
That's crazy, isn't it? When you think about it.
And that's why when you look up Gabe Brown.
I was actually looking up another one through Twitter called Regeneration.
Yes.
He's got a website that
look at this.
He specializes in regenerative agriculture information.
This is what
he actually talks about what the mitochondria and the endophytes, rhizophagy, or whatever it's called, soil and human gut dysbiosis. I'll add the link here if anyone wants to check it out. But he also, in his articles, he cites the information that you can actually go in and read the scientific papers on it. No idea what his name is. He likes to keep himself inconspicuous. Sorry, now what were you doing? Gabe Brown?
I was just showing the lushness of.
Oh, look at
of Gabe Brown's.
I wish my grass was like that. Now he's not a short guy, and that was almost up to his shoulders.
Yeah, well, look at that.
Look at it. And he's not a short fellow. That's almost taller than the cow, isn't that one?
Yeah. There's a cow, you can hardly see it. The grass is so high. And this is what the vegans don't want. What they want is this.
I bet you're going to show me. I'll be psychic. Yeah, I was going to say you're going to show me some pictures of the desert.
Yeah. Tillage.
Oh, tillage is so damaging. I
what
don't
they
realize
want.
how damaging it really is.
Yeah,
and so that picture with the red tractor at the bottom right there that I can see.
This one?
Is that actually? I mean, look how dead that on the right-hand side of the tractor. Just look how dead that soil looks.
Oh yeah, it's sterile.
After that tillage, they're going to have to fertilize it. Look at that. That looks like sand.
Here's another thing that causes.
Oh, yes. We actually had that come through Australia a few years ago. You might have even remembered it on the news. It come all the way up the East Coast. And it was like that, but it was all like red.
Yeah, red.
It was a few years ago now. I don't think my kids were born at that time. So it's over 16 years ago. But still, that's part of what's causing it.
Yeah.
Even the floods that they had in New South Wales, they're all farming areas where that all happened. So while it hasn't actually been shown in the news that it's obviously agricultural area, if anybody actually knows Australia, I'm sure from the stuff that I've picked up from you, and I've obviously haven't just taken what you say at face value, I've looked into it myself. The agrophobic aquaphobic soil. When they've had the heavy rainfalls, and that area was always known for having high rainfall and high water through the rivers. At least for the last 200 years that I know of, and that's when they've been tilling the soil.
So here's Moist Vegan saying, yes, a meta-analysis a million times better than an anecdote, and he's
We're not
calling
talking about anecdotes. You're showing actual information.
and there's been many case studies done on Brown's Ranch, and so this is not an anecdote. This is the result of lots of research.
And I think he spends more of his time doing seminars now and going around to other farmers and helping them set up to do the same thing, because his family is running his farm that he was originally doing this on. So he's out there spreading the information and helping other farmers to learn how to do it themselves.
Dennis, how much do you want to bet that this meta-analysis has been cherry-picked so that Gabe Brown is not included? I bet there's nothing of Gabe Brown in this meta-analysis. That right there proves bias, right?
Yeah, it would. Definitely.
It doesn't prove it. You can't prove it. Then why did you ask me to prove it?
Did they just link this to you?
No, this right here?
Yeah, what you were
I just
looking
pulled
at?
it up. I just pulled it up.
Oh, okay.
While
No-till case study. New Zealand farmers are talking about no-till stuff now. They've been doing that for the last 6 months that I've noticed, and doing cover crops.
Yeah, cover crops. So
And basically
reduces
planting straight into without even tilling.
Yeah, just injecting the seeds just below the surface without tillage.
I'll
So you
tell
don't
you
have
who
to
did that
turn the
too.
soil.
And Jeremy Clarkson on the first season of Clarkson's Farms, if you watched it, and Caleb was teaching him how to drill. And one of the comments that, because I didn't have time to till all the paddocks to be able to get it done in time, because as you know, as they say, well sown is only half grown. So they didn't till the rest of the paddocks. They did direct sow. And Jeremy made the comment, oh, Greta Thunberg would love this because we're not digging up the ground. So that was a good example of them doing it. But Caleb even said, oh, who's Greta Thunberg? Because he's a farmer. He I think he's been doing social media more so since being on the show. But before that, all he knew was around that area where he worked. And he's far from being stupid. But he just knows what he knows and gets done what he's getting done. A meat-based diet, which is basically high-fat, low-carb, meat-based diet. Dr. Avi is a fraud. All cattle are grass-fed, but some cattle are fed a diet that includes corn for part of their lives. Grain-fed or corn-fed beef is the most widely produced type of beef in the United States. It is a product prized around the world for its high marbled cuts that are especially tender and juicy. So if plant feed is doing that to the animals and they want us to eat it, what's it going to do to us? It's going to make us fat.
Yeah, this is not the ideal way of fattening a cow, because what they're doing is they're trying to get there very fast. In other words, they use that corn and the distiller's grains and the byproducts, the co-products, in order to speed up the fattening process. Whereas if you just feed them grass, then you have to allow them to, and it seems like vegans would like this. You have to allow them to live longer, because a cow that's fed nothing but grass, and I'll show you that here as well.
It will take them longer. Well, to get to
Yeah,
the
it just
size, the
takes,
finished size that they want, it just takes longer to put on that weight.
yeah, in a grass-fed and finished scenario, cattle spend their entire lives on grass. Since their feed is much lower in energy, they are sent to slaughter later, between 18 and 24 months of age, after finishing period still on grass of 190 days. And so look at the comment down there by that crab. The same crop protection to protect the crops needed for animals, right, Garland? So they think that I got you checkmated. You know, I got you checkmated.
They're not listening to what you're saying.
Right. Let's not forget some of those crop protection issues were caused by animal ag as well. So they're trying to.
I've got shooters coming in to protect my sheep from the outside animals. Do I?
Yeah.
We don't even have a gun because there's no need for it.
Yeah, I bring my goats in and protect them, you know, with fence. You know, the predators can't get in.
Yeah, yeah. We've got an electric fence, but that's it. But that's to keep them in on the property. Otherwise, they would get into our neighbours' yards because we're kind of semi-rural where we are. Our paddocks back onto other neighbours, and we can't have the animals getting into their yards. They would have it fit.
Yeah, the difference is that livestock do not require crops. Veganism does.
That's right.
Livestock do not require crops, but veganism does.
And those crops wouldn't be, if it wasn't for humans using those crops for whatever product, be it biofuel, soy, oil, vegetable, cooking oil, those crops wouldn't be grown. Livestock wouldn't be getting them. Period. Because there wouldn't be that byproduct being produced, which used to be burnt. So what's better, to burn it, create more environmental issues, or to leave it in the ground, also causing an environmental issue, or feed it to the livestock and convert it into nutritious meat or, you know, a product? Makes more sense to me, even though it's not really good for them. It's the best use of it. It's the best use of the waste.
Jason John Schwartz sent me some literature on the history of soybean meal.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
And I haven't been able to read it yet, but he says that in there it explains that at one point they were just dumping it into the rivers.
Yeah, I think I've heard him mention that. Yeah. That's just crazy. So it's the best use of a product that would, if it wasn't used in that way, it would be creating an environmental disaster.
Well, I can think of a good way to use it that wouldn't be an environmental disaster, and that would be to spread it on the pastures to help the cattle and the other ruminants regenerate the soil organic, rebuild the soil organic matter.
Which is a similar thing I do with the stuff that's overburdened from what we don't put on our veggie gardens. I put it out in the low spots in the pasture.
Yeah.
For a similar thing.
So what
put
we
it in the rabbit holes.
What we should be doing is we should be phasing out this corn and soybean industries, and we should be, as we're phasing that out, redirect any byproducts from those two farming two industries, and put that back into the soil where we've recently moved the soybeans or the corn out and moved the livestock in.
Yeah.
And so you'd have the livestock and these byproducts refeeding the soil. And then once we get those two crops whittled down to maybe 5% of what they are today, and let them remain in a small, what would be, if we want some corn on the cob, if someone wants some edamame, fine. But all of this soybean oil needs to stop. All of this corn oil needs to stop. Ethanol needs to stop. Soybean biodiesel needs to stop. High fructose corn syrup needs to stop. All of these
They're
things are
all the things that are
destructive.
causing problems.
Yeah, they're the things that are causing everything that they're trying to blame on livestock.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's the thing they don't understand with regenerative agriculture. Those animals can be grazed on those same crop areas in between the cropping and replenish the soil with the nutrients that they expel instead of using all these petrochemical fertilizers and nonsense that we have to regenerate the soil to be able to crop again. That would also reduce how many times we can crop too, like the frequency, because it needs time to do that as well. So you might crop in an area 1 year. How long does it take wheat to grow, for example, or soy? Is it 3 months before it's harvested?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, to be honest. And I think it depends on your area as well. But the climate that makes a difference as well. So if you got 3 months of the year that you're cropping, the rest of that year you have livestock on it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
to me,
absolutely.
that makes more sense.
Yeah, I think that's similar to Gabe Brown, what he's doing.
I think also in the case of Forestry Tasmania down here, I think I mentioned that last time I was talking to you, they should be allowing livestock, because most of the forestry areas back onto farmland or are owned by farmers that they lease to be able to grow, pockets of these trees. They should allow the livestock to graze amongst those areas, amongst the trees. And then all they need to do is when they want to come in and harvest the trees, let the farmer know, give him a day or so before they come in, because they would have a schedule. They'll know when they're harvesting these trees to get the livestock out of there so they're not posing a danger to the operators, and also the operators aren't posing a danger to the livestock, because they use these things called fella bunchers. Have you seen those?
Filibunchers?
Fella buncher, yeah. They're basically like an excavator is what they use down here. There are dedicated machines for it. But down here they use an excavator, and then instead of having a bucket on the end of it, they have a hydrostatic chainsaw. It runs off it's hydraulic, and a couple of grabs. They grab the tree, the chainsaw cuts it off at the bottom, and then they lay the tree over, and then they can process it, strips all the branches off.
Oh yeah, I've seen
they
that.
Can cut it to length. That's why that's the fella and bunching.
Okay.
That's why it's called a fella buncher. It might be my name. But yeah, because obviously something like that could cause harm to an animal if it got in the way. So you need to get the livestock out of there when they come in to process the trees. But they should be allowing the livestock in those areas, because then they wouldn't, because they've got to spray for the grass and the weeds as well. Why can't the livestock eat that stuff? It's just grass.
Yeah, in some places they do that.
Yeah, not so much down here. Some of the contracts down here, the farmer's not even allowed on that parcel of land. Not allowed to even pick a leaf up on it. They're pretty restrictive. But that might be just Forestry Tasmania. What these forestry businesses do on the mainland or in other parts of the world might be a bit different.
Garland, have you admitted to soy meal being a co-product yet? Are you going to admit you share responsibility for the crop deaths and crop protection deaths? First of all, I don't eat soy. I don't eat soybean meal. I don't feed soybean meal to any of my livestock. Cows are consuming less than 2% of all the soybean meal, and those. I mean,
It's not good for them.
yeah, they don't feed soy to cows, so I don't know what
No.
you're talking about. However,
causes some bloat.
However, there is a considerable amount of soy meal that's being fed to pigs and poultry.
Yep.
And see, this is what it's like when you listen to someone tell the truth. Because if I was like a vegan, I would be claiming right now that none of the soy is being fed to livestock. But I'm an honest person. I have honor. I'm not going to be lying like a vegan. And so this is the way this went, Dennis, is originally when I came on the scene, you had these vegans running around in their high heels and skirts, virtue signaling about how veganism does not kill animals. And then I proved that it does.
A lot of them still say that.
And then their reaction to me proving that it does was them to say, okay, yeah, we'll admit that it does happen, but only sometimes during the harvesting process when an animal is just too slow to get out of the way.
I remember that.
So I countered that with starting to explain the crop protection industry, and then that's whenever they came out with the okay, well, yeah, we're killing gargantuan amounts of animals, but so do you. And so I was actually the first one to say that soy meal is a co-product, because what I was telling people was I was countering them saying, well, you've got about 70 or 80, we got 80% of the soy being fed to the animals. And I was like,
and their favorite little chart.
Right. And I was saying, no, the soy meal is a co-product of the soybean oil. And so almost all the soybeans are processed to extract the oil, and what's left over is the meal, which is a co-product, and that's being fed to the animals. But if you get rid of the animals, then you've done nothing to decrease the demand for the oil. And now since you've got rid of the animals, you've gotten rid of the majority of the protein that people are consuming. So now you've got to replace that protein. Where are you going to get it? From palm oil? No. You can't change to palm oil, because number one, palm oil is already causing deforestation and habitat loss in the Amazonian rainforest. Species like the orangutan that are being threatened, that's palm. And so they're trying to say, oh, well, we can switch from soy to palm, and they're just grasping at straws, anything to lie. And so the next thing they do is, well, what they've done now is they've hijacked my claim that not just my claim, but me proving that it's not soybeans that are being fed to livestock, but it's this co-product called soybean meal that's left over after the extraction of the soybean meal. 100% of that soybean oil is going to human consumption.
That's right.
So that means that what they're trying to claim is, well, if we get rid of livestock, then that'll reduce the soybean crops by 80% or more. It's a straight up lie.
Replace the protein with?
It's a straight up lie. And by admitting, they finally are admitting that the soy meal is a co-product. They're admitting that they're lying about omitting livestock agriculture would abolish the soybean industry. They've fallen for the trap that I laid for them. They actually fell for it. They're so stupid.
More conspiracies. I think that's one we're talking about.
Oh yeah, you mentioned the anyone that says the WEF is a conspiracy theory is someone that has their head up their ass.
Yeah, they obviously don't. They're not understanding what the WEF is. They're actually making this stuff public. You've only got to watch the videos, read the information on their websites. They're not hiding it. They're not hiding it at all. And yet it's a conspiracy. Oh, come on.
Yeah. So here's the crab again. How about the coyotes being killed with M44 devices to protect livestock, Garland? So they're talking about these M44 devices as it's a cyanide gun that they bury in the ground, and they'll bait it with some kind of meat or something like that. And so when the coyote comes up and grabs the meat and pulls it, then the cyanide gun will go off and it'll shoot cyanide into the mouth of the coyote, and then it kills the coyote. And it's probably not a very pleasurable way to go out,
Right.
I'll admit. However,
No, I mean, I wouldn't like that either.
yeah,
There's got to be
however,
better ways of dealing with them.
each one of those M44 devices kills one coyote.
Okay.
You can't kill more than one coyote with one M44 device.
So it's still less than crop protection.
Right. Right. So yeah, so when you look at crop protection, you're talking about just spraying indiscriminately poisons that are killing not just the, they'll, if you say, well, these pesticides are killing insects, they'll laugh. They'll point at you and start laughing like, oh, insects. But then you turn around and say, do you mind if I eat this honey? And you're like, no, because then you'll be exploiting bees. Right, but what about all these bees you're killing with your pesticides?
And
We
the
don't
bees
want
that
to
they
face that. We don't want
specifically
to talk
ship
about it.
to where they grow almonds for their almond milk. They have to, because they have to replace them because they're killing them from the pesticides.
Right.
So they're breeding them elsewhere, shipping them in, and then purposely spraying again after they've been pollinated.
Yeah.
And killing them off.
Yeah. Yeah. So the number of coyotes that are being killed with M44 devices are very, very minuscule compared to what's happening with the pesticides. I mean, let's look this up.
Still a nasty thing, though. I don't like the idea of it. There's got to be a better way of dealing with them. I mean, they are part of the natural environment, but I do understand that, they want to protect their assets and their livelihood. I mean, the same thing's happening. We're not denying, this is the thing, we're not denying this stuff happens. The small, I mean, when you're on the carnivore diet, some of them still, eat some fruit and veg. We know that there's a process. We know that there is a smaller amount of responsibility for what we're eating. But there was another girl on one of the other farm things. She did the calculations of between vegan and the omnivore diet, which one actually kills them more. And it came out that the vegan diet actually does do more harm overall. I think you can compare it to carnivore as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the these M44 devices, you compare that to literally driving species towards extinction. So
Well, it
the
was
number,
probably a similar thing that was happening with what I mentioned before with the Tassie Devils, when they used to use the 1040 poison, and they stopped using it. They were using it for the wallabies, but they discovered that they think that we might have been causing the cancerous tumors with the devils, so they stopped doing it. What? No one ever said we've invented veganism. No, we know they didn't invent it. 1944 is when the term veganism was coined. And it was done for some book or magazine publication is where the word actually came about. But of course, people have been experimenting with plant-based diets before then. And then didn't the Seventh-day Adventists, they had a big hand in a lot of the philosophy and the pushing it, and Kellogg's as part of, he was a Seventh-day Adventist, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
They did the whole thing with the Kellogg's to stop people masturbating.
yeah, and like I said before, Walt Disney got his start working.
I remember you mentioned that.
So, like the Seventh-day Adventist hospitals are like the house hospitals for the whole Disney complex. See if I can pull that up. we go. So Advent Health. Oops. Alliance with Walt Disney.
Yeah, I mentioned I put vegan carnivore diet for meth instead of the meth. Oh, where is she? I'm not watching you.
So Walt Disney, one of the main purposes for Walt Disney movies is to anthropomorphize animals, primarily human prey animals. And so that's why you have Bambi, Thumper.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to maps. Yeah, so all around Walt Disney is just tons of, in fact, let's see if I can find it. Adventists must rethink their partnership with Disney. So they've been partnered with Disney all these years.
That's interesting. Maybe you're saying that there was a link there before, but
yeah. Let's see, Disney. Disney anthropomorphism. Pooh, Mickey Mouse, Bambi. It's all about giving animals human characteristics. And
they're all
most
cute animals.
They're what?
They're all the cute animals. Like bunny rabbits and deer.
Well, yeah. The thing is that you can take an artist can draw any animal in a cute fashion.
Make them look cute. Yeah.
Yeah, just give them big eyes and see cute. Disney. See, so there's a formula behind, so you all have the big eyes.
Yeah, yeah. Making them more human-like.
Yeah. So this is a very sophisticated psychological operation where they're, and you won't find a vegan that's vegan for the animals that's not a huge Walt Disney fan. They all love Walt Disney, and they really get their understanding of animals. They don't, most of them live in the city. They've never spent any time around animals in their life other than maybe their cat or something like that.
Bloody ads. Actually, I found that video. I bookmarked it and I didn't realize. Called Vegans Kill More Animals, Here's Proof. It is quite a lengthy video. Let me just...
First thing I'll do is link it.
But she's also got, at the bottom of it, it's a 34-minute video. She's got in her description all the links to how she calculated it and all that stuff about the mice plague deaths. All her sources are cited. I'm just looking at it at the moment. Slaughter blog post. Lovely. Yeah, Farming Truth is her channel. And she actually shows the how she calculated it.
Look at this comment here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did you take into consideration things like dead zones, animal deaths due to agriculture, mice plague deaths? Also apply to livestock farms, whether or lesser or larger scale. Is your comparison chart of deaths per calorie or protein? Or did you subtract them entirely, leaving it only to the crops? So that's that little game that they play with. They don't want to talk about soybeans. They want to talk about calories. So this is a vegan saying, using the tu quoque fallacy, which is
it's not hard
you
to
kill animals too, you kill animals too, but we're not the ones running around in high heels and skirts, virtue signaling to everyone. I worked for a farmer once, and after we harvested some fields, we used to go with a garbage bag to collect the dead animals. Very many hares, mice, birds, and once a fox. The only way you can be an ethical vegan is if you grow your own crops or forage for your food every day. Good luck. Someone seriously needs to make a gruesome documentary about how animals are killed during plant agriculture. Vegans don't actually care about animals. It's just their excuse. They really do it because they're actually dumb enough to believe it's healthier for them to eat that way. You still need fertilizer, which comes from fossil fuels, to be vegan. Lots of animals are killed by the pollution from fossil fuel fertilizer. Yeah, and then they'll say, but the cows eat all the crops. Well, here's spinach. Here's a field of spinach. Well, the cows eat all the spinach. Wait, no. Well, here's a orange orchard, but the cows eat all the wait, no. Well, here's an apple orchard. Well, the cows eat all the apple.
I've never seen a cow in an apple orchard.
Yeah. Here's an avocado farm. Well, the cows eat all the.
Yeah, they would even use even though avocados are poisonous to livestock as well. Actually, avocados are poisonous to a lot of animals.
Yeah,
even dogs shouldn't eat grapes.
And there's lots of plants that are poisonous, and that's why you like
to us as well.
Pinto beans. Are you going to eat a raw pinto bean? No, it'll kill you.
You got to cook them. Be mad if you don't. If you eat enough apple seeds will kill you too.
Yeah.
Full of arsenic.
Yeah, the vegans always say the same. They always have the same arguments. First it starts with, you're killing animals, you're bad. Then, well, yeah, we're killing some animals, but not very many. And then, okay, we're killing a shitload of animals, but so are you, so are you, so are you.
We admit to it.
Yeah, we're not the ones. We're not the ones running around in high heels and a skirt screaming about how virtuous we are. That's you guys. And the reason you think you're virtuous is because you like to watch Walt Disney movies. And that's your proof that you love animals, because you love drawings of animals.
Or to
someone
parade Dominion out all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's my torture porn?
Down in the comments again. Anyway. No one ever said it. We already read that one, didn't we?
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to figure out where I left off. Oh, here's the crab saying that we're being dishonest.
The dishonesty. What dishonesty? What? And they still haven't asked many questions that I can see of.
No,
Make
no.
statements.
Yeah, here we are, two farmers. They could be asking us questions, but they want to teach us. These people that live in their little pod in the city. They don't know anything
Their
about
mother's
farming.
basement.
Yeah, they know nothing about agriculture, and if their concern and love for the animals was authentic, you'd think they'd be asking us questions.
Mr. Crab and Mr. Musiak reckon they're asking questions. Maybe we just haven't gone to them in the comments yet.
And here, look at this. Can I recommend everyone go back to the live stream around, and we clearly see Garland saying soy meal is a byproduct, and now he says it's a co-product. It's the same thing. It really is. I mean, byproduct, co-product.
That's just nitpicking.
Yeah. They think that there's that makes a difference. Well, we could put a different label on it, and that makes it okay.
You might call it one thing. I might call it something else, but it's the same thing.
Right.
Come on, guys. That is just absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Amen. It just shows that it's more intellectual dishonesty is all it is.
Wow. Just wow. Yeah, wow to you too, you dickhead. I know someone who needs to slap up the side of their head.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm reading the bottom of the comments. You must be up further where you're clicking on them. I'm seeing the new comments as they come up. That's what I was just commenting on. Yeah. Just so you know where I am.
Yeah. What they're saying, or I think what they're trying to, I think co-product would mean that they're both of value, right? Is all that really says. And I've never.
The fact that we don't know the difference
said that wasn't the case.
volume. Apparently, we don't know the difference between byproduct and co-product.
Well, it's essentially the same thing.
I
mean, a byproduct is the reason it's a byproduct and a co-product is because the oil has to be extracted from the soybean in order to create the meal. The first thing, and this goes all the way back to China in the 600s, 600 AD, was in China was the first time that they extracted oil from the soybean. And it was the oil they were after. And today, the oil goes for around 80 cents a pound, and the meal goes for like 13, 14 cents a pound. And they're actually trying to breed soybeans that have higher oil content. You don't find them trying to breed soybeans that have a higher meal content. However, if they force a vegan diet on everyone, they're going to have to increase the soybean protein. They have to increase the soybean crops because that protein is going to have to be replaced.
And the only way to reduce the crops, they're still going to have to increase them, but if they increase the protein, they wouldn't need as much.
Yeah. So I don't think that they understand what they're doing when they think they have me in some type of checkmate by saying that
if it was
soy meal is a co-product.
If it was a co-product, it would be something that we would also be using ourselves.
Well, they can argue that we're using it to feed these livestock.
Yeah, which technically it's more of a byproduct than a co-product. And it's not like if we used it like you were saying about using it on the crops to help improve the soil horizon profile, maybe then that'd be more of a co-product. But we're not. We're feeding it to the animals. Well, we're not feeding it to the animals. Other people in the industry are doing that.
Yeah.
We don't use it because we know how harmful it is to our livestock. And most regenerative agricultural farmers are in the same boat. And they don't feed it because of how, it causes bloat. It's particularly the oil. So even that says byproduct. Where's it? It doesn't say co-product there at all.
Yeah. So they went and found a source that says co-product, and they think that by, here's one co-product. Some but not all soybean meal is okay. Some but not all soybean meal is produced as a co-product.
So what would they be using that for? Because to me, a co-product really would be something we're using in conjunction with the oil, as in humans are using it.
Right.
But we don't.
At the end of the day, it's nitpicking, it's splitting hairs to try to employ a tu quoque fallacy that vegans are saying, but you kill animals too. And is that really the position that you want to take as a vegan, is pointing at us and saying, but you kill animals too? Really? Is that veganism? You kill animals also? I thought it was, we're cruelty free. We don't kill animals. Killing animals is murder. Why is it murder when we kill an animal for food, but when you kill an animal for food, in other words, protecting food, it's not murder, it's protecting my property? Because you're not intellectually honest. You're intellectually dishonest, and you're a misanthrope.
Seriously, well, what was that for? Dr. Gregor's treadmill technique. That's a good name.
Okay, let's see. Let's look at this. Oh, I'm just interested in talking about this whole crop agriculture topic with him, seeing as the debate the other day didn't really work out. I'm still confused on a bunch of stuff. Yes. You're confused, however, you continue to argue in support of a certain agenda. It seems to me that if you're going to, I've tried to use this analogy before. If you're going to say that crop agriculture kills more animals than animal agriculture, then you're going to need to know the numbers, right? I'll admit that I don't know how many animals are killed as a result of crop agriculture, but I can at least list the ways that they're killed. And I can prove that about 80% of the ways are not being discussed or listed by the vegans. On the other hand, the vegans would have to prove that animal agriculture kills more animals than crop agriculture. And if you don't have two numbers to compare, then you can't definitively claim that one kills more animals than the other. However, the vegans are claiming that they know that. But at the same time, the vegans aren't aware of all the different myriad and plethora of ways that animals are killed because of the crops that they rely upon. And in the proof of that, I'm going to prove soon with a video and a live stream where myself, Dennis, and others are going to sit down. We're going to watch that video done by Rams and Heinz, and we're going to debunk it. We're going to prove that they're lying. They are lying.
Sorry, I'm just reading some of the newer comments. Apparently, the crab can prove that 100% prove around 2.7 trillion animals killed by animal ag just for meat and dairy.
Yeah.
All I can do is laugh. Because this has been spoken about time and time again. The only reason you people know how many animals are killed because we care enough to actually count them.
Yep. Look at this one. Guys, please stop. There is no way in hell vegans at less than 1% of the population kill more animals than 99% of the population who eat meat. Now, this is not what we're arguing, right? Mm. No one said that vegans are killing more animals. What we said was that the crop agriculture that provides the items on the vegan menu kills more animals. And you're also leaving out the fact that you want to legislate that animal agriculture and eating meat be abolished and criminalized. Therefore, you want to violently force the world's population to eat your diet and force everyone in the world so that 100% of the world population would be vegan. So if you got your wish, then 100% of all animals killed for agriculture would be the fault of the vegans, because we would all have been forced violently to be vegans. So this is a non-argument. This is a dead argument. It's dead. It's dead. It's cold. It's stiff. It's useless. It's garbage. Just like veganism. Yeah. Such a dumb argument.
Hmm.
Yeah, I guess these two go together. What do you consider the strongest arguments against veganism? And that wasn't, no, let's see. The only argument that makes sense is being honest. I know what happens to animals. I know I kill thousands of them directly and with crop deaths. I don't care. Yeah. That would be honest. That would be honesty. I know that my diet kills thousands. My personal diet is responsible for thousands of animals that die. And I don't care. That sums it up pretty well. Garland Farms, I was wrong. It was on David Ram's 2-hour live stream with your picture on it. They basically spent 2 hours providing your point. Yes, they did. Yeah. Yeah. You haven't seen that one yet, Dennis. Wait until you see that.
That'll be interesting.
They completely shot themselves in the foot. And they don't even realize it. They think that I think what happened was they had a meeting and they said, guys, we've been cornered here. And I think our best way out is to hijack our enemy's position as our own.
Oh, yeah.
And so now they're coming out saying, soybean meal is a co-product. And I'm like, I've basically been saying that all along. It's a co-product. I mean, technically, it probably is a byproduct. But if you want to call it a co-product, I'm with you. Because what you're saying is that most of the soybeans are being processed to separate the oil from the meal. The oil is going to the humans and the meal is going to the animals. So if we abolish the animals, how does that reduce the soy farming? And they say, well, because then we can move to a different oil, like palm oil. But then you look at palm oil and you see that it's destroying the Amazon
Palm oil
rainforest.
even have protein in it?
And it doesn't have protein in it. So you've got to replace all that protein and fat that you're getting rid of with the abolishment of livestock. So they want to narrow everything down. They get very myopic whenever they start trying to pull the wool over your eyes. You know, they themselves become myopic purposefully. It's an intentional short-sightedness on their part, because they know that if they broaden their scope, then they've got to account for all of these other variables that will not support their agenda. Dominion is say again?
Oh, I was just reading some of that.
Oh. Standard stuff most people aren't aware of, unless I'm mistaken. I did not know baby chickens were macerated as egg industry byproducts.
Yeah, that's changing a little bit too. I know some people now are also growing the males for meat. So they're not just getting rid of the chicks, actually allowing them to grow up. They have no clue about the environment, agriculture, or anatomy of anatomy living organisation. That's about right, too.
Definitely not a vegan. We know it's happening, but with the vegans harassing people, mentality makes them, we don't care. Probably PETA members do torture animals and record them in making a claim. Oh, look, here we go. Wait, are you calling vegans hypocrites right now? He's at some point, he's going to call us a hypocrite, and then we'll win the debate. If we can just get him to call us hypocrite. Yeah. If he can call us hypocrites, we'll win. Now, I think you're ignorant. And like I said, if you're not ignorant, I don't think you're a hypocrite. I think it's much, much worse than that. And not looking all pathetic, trying to make up silly arguments like, but vegans kill more.
No, it's probably because of what I was saying before. The charade is rather obvious and juvenile.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to know some of these. There's several conversations going on in the comments section, so you don't know exactly who.
Keep track of it.
They're not always clear who they're speaking to. Vegans don't deny it either. You're the one in denial because you want to pretend animal ag doesn't cause the damage it does. There's that tu quoque fallacy. You kill animals too. Yet this crab character is running around again in his high heels and skirt, virtue signaling about how their diet is cruelty free and killing animals is murder unless we do it. If we do it, it's practicable. If you do it, it's murder. Us, it's practicable. You, it's murder. It's a double standard. You kill animals too, says the vegan.
Don't deny it. Yes, but when you say things like we kill less, that's pretty much denying it. And I have actually had conversations with vegans on Twitter that we don't kill anything. They say it outright. Not all of them, but there's quite a majority of them that do.
Yep. Here's a good one. They want to save domestic pigs from being eaten, but would pay someone to intentionally kill a family of razorback boars for a vegan salad. Oh. Farmers, with soy meal and oil being a co-product, how are the crop deaths only the responsibility of the oil and not the meal? No. What the vegans were, what
Didn't we
vegans
say
like,
this before? If
yeah,
if the soil wasn't being grown for human consumption for the oil, then the animals wouldn't be getting it. So then, how would they be responsible for the crop deaths? It's only grown for human consumption primarily. It's just that the fact that it makes a product, as you want to call it, that goes to the livestock, it is the best use of that waste. Otherwise, it would create a massive environmental burden. It's as simple as that. It's the best use of the waste. We can't use it. Dodging hard. What are we dodging?
yeah. I'm not sure what kind of crop deaths would be involved with the pecan orchard, but let's say,
Do they use bees to pollinate?
I don't know.
Or are they wind pollination? I know some trees, they have to have male and female trees, don't they?
But let's
Rely on wind to pollinate.
use squirrels for an example. Let's say squirrels are after your pecans, so you have to shoot some squirrels, right? So a pecan, as I've stated before, the shell can weigh up to 60% of the entire weight of a pecan. So if you shell the pecan, or if you remove the shell from the rest of the pecan that the humans would be eating, then you'd have this 60-40 split. If you were to take the pecan shells, which are cellulose, and feed those to some ruminant animal, could you then go and blame 60% of the squirrel deaths on the ruminant animal, since they're eating the shell that weighs 60% of the pecan? That's the game that vegans are playing.
It's a byproduct.
Yeah, it's a byproduct. Let's look up the definition of co-product so we can figure this out.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day,
so we're clear on it as well, and get them clear on it.
at the end of the day, it's irrelevant, because the original point was that the livestock were 100% responsible for
Yes, and I just made that comment before. The crab said, what was it? No, it's not. After what I just said before, soy meal has been driving the market for years now. This dishonesty has not been driving the fucking market. That market is only there because it's a waste product. Otherwise, it would be burnt or left to rot on the ground. You don't get it. We need to look at that information that Jason sent through to you about the history of soy.
Yeah, we will.
Maybe not tonight, but yeah.
Yeah. A co-product is produced along with the main product and carries equal importance as the main product.
Which is what I said before. It's not a product that we use. We're not creating two products for our use. It's creating a waste product. So it is a byproduct, not a co-product.
Ethanol is a byproduct of a sugar industry.
That's an interesting analogy.
Examples of byproducts are manure, sawdust, salt, straw, grain harvesting, straw from a grain harvesting operation. Let's see, they will regularly bale straw from a grain harvesting operation and sell that as supplemental hay, but it's a byproduct.
It's kind
So
of like silage, which is another form of hay, really, but they ferment it. That's obviously a byproduct. Like, for example, at the back here, it's cut as a fire break. It's a byproduct that they bale up, and they end up feeding it to their livestock. But it's to cut the grass, basically, when it gets to a certain length. It makes it a useful product for them later on in the year if they don't have much pasture growth.
look here. Right here, you've got an article saying that soybean meal is a co-product of the oil extraction industry. And down here, another one that says soybean meal is the byproduct of the extraction of soybean oil.
So maybe that's
So-
where the confusion's coming from.
Yeah.
There's different articles in different places saying one thing.
Yeah.
And it's muddying the waters.
I think that, but what's clearing the waters is that you and I, Dennis, are sitting here honestly trying to flesh this out, right?
Mm.
But really, at the end of the day, the truth is that the point is, the reason I brought the soybeans up in the beginning was because vegans were saying that the vast majority of the crops are being grown to feed the livestock.
Mm.
And so what they were saying was that
And their
80%,
right.
what they were saying was that 80% of the soybeans were being grown exclusively to feed livestock.
No.
And now we've moved them from that to soybean meal as a co-product of soybean oil. So they've admitted that 80% of the soybeans are not being grown exclusively to feed livestock. So that's actually a win for us, because they've gone from saying that 80% of all soybeans go to feed livestock, and now they're admitting that it's not the soybean itself, but it's a co-product of the soybean oil extraction process.
Yeah. So regardless of what it is still a waste product. And feeding it to the livestock is the best use of it, where it's not creating an environmental burden, whether that be by burning or just leaving it in landfill. Whether it's a co-product or a byproduct.
Soybean hulls make up 8% of the whole seed, contain 86% complex carbohydrates, which is not a scientific word. What is the cellulose content? 29 to 51% of the soybean hulls is cellulose. 10 to 25% is hemicellulose. 1 to 4% lignin. Pectins 4 to 8%. Proteins 11 to 15%. So
Crude protein, 20% fat.
yeah. Make use of soybean meal after producing soybean oil.
Soy flour. There you go. Yep. Go up. Up again, I think. Currently, soybean meal is the most commonly used source of protein supplement in animal feed. Heat used in processing destroys most of the anti-nutritional, must be the anti-nutrients or something.
Yeah.
Go farming daily.
Well, let's see. Vegan driving soybean. Vegan protein demand set to increase soy market value. Increasing inclination towards vegan-based high protein. Diet to garner demand for soybean byproducts. So, the plan would be to, if we abolish animal agriculture, then obviously that's
They're
not
going to
going
have to do something with what's left over after they extract the oil out.
Yeah, they would somehow have to extract all of that protein, and I don't think that there's enough protein there to replace what we'd be losing with animal foods.
Well, not only that, most of it's not even bioavailable.
Right, most of it isn't. And so they would probably, I bet you, and I'm going to do the numbers. We're going to do these numbers, and I bet you it's going to be something like would have to double the amount of soybean agriculture.
What you'd have to intake.
Yeah.
Or consume yourself to get the same amount of protein that you would get.
Yeah. So probably, if you were to abolish animal agriculture, you would have to cut down the entire Amazonian rainforest. You'd have to just
you'd need more land to grow more soy, or to grow whatever crops they're going to decide to use.
Yeah, I don't know where's the protein going to come from? What's your protein crop?
Well, it seems to be soy is at the moment what they seem to get most of it from, isn't it? That's plant-based.
Is this the best we have to argue against vegans? I'm not even sure what that is.
Yeah, I think that must be up further.
Yeah, see if I can skip down a little bit. If the vegans are here, tell us how we're going to get our protein. And don't say spinach. What crop are you going to use? I'm looking now at the
Does
brand.
spinach have protein?
No.
I thought it was more iron that it was sought for.
No, but they'll claim that it does. They make all kinds of false claims. Here's a good. Oh yeah, there's spinach. Considering switching to plants has been shown to potentially reduce land by 70%. According to Oxford, you are going to have some work to try to prove your claim. So, Oxford, which is been being funded by Blackstone. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Oxford is. I think that they received in 2019. I think they received 150 million from Blackstone. They're basically a subsidiary of Blackstone now, and so they've got this one study that claimed that we could reduce land use, and what they're talking about is removing the animals off the land, and the animals are the only thing that can build the soil. So that what they want to do is they want to remove the animals from the soil, and then they can say that Well, now at least the land's not being used. So what's the benefit of not using land in a way that regenerates the soil? Why do you want to remove an element of regeneration? How is that a benefit?
It's not at all.
Yeah. Are we going to
They're
start a
all-
conspiracy theory about the Oxford study now? Okay. Let's see.
You looking it up?
Yeah.
Rewilding. Is that the answer? Just like net zero, huh? Net zero that's going to displace a lot of people off their land that have been looking after the land for thousands of years. They're already starting to do it in Africa. I think I even seen a report where they've actually started shooting some of the I can't remember what sort of animal, but they were a ruminant animal. That I think the farmers were actually showing the thing. I don't know if I can find it, but who posted it?
So here's Blackstone Chief. Blackstone Chief donates 188 million to Oxford University.
Hello.
Brandon's back.
Oh, okay.
I've gone to a friend's house for the night because we can walk to school. And
All right. Is Mum home?
No, she'll be home soon. She's
All
on
right.
her way back. Guys, toodaloo.
All right. Be safe.
I will. See you tomorrow.
See ya. Make sure you go to school. Make sure you go to school tomorrow. All right. Love you. Oh, thanks. Love you too. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Where is it? Might not have been him.
Yeah, here's a. So we know that Blackstone, the Blackstone chief, donated 188 million to Oxford University. There he is, head of private equity firm, gives 188 million to Oxford, and now Blackstone spent billions on housing during the pandemic. Now they're evicting tenants across America to boost returns for shareholders.
That's a bit mean.
They said, but that's a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, he just did.
Yeah. Blackstone has begun evicting tenants in San Diego and throughout the country. Yeah. So
Lovely.
is that a conspiracy theory or is it fact? Because here's
Yeah, I think he's wanting you to talk about the thing of the land use.
Blackstone steps up tenant evictions in the U.S. Yeah, so, yeah, the study that he's wanting me to believe in is one study that was authored by Oxford University, which is essentially a subsidiary of Blackstone, the same Blackstone that took advantage of a crisis, bought up a bunch of property, and is now taking advantage of the downturn in the economy due to the lockdowns. And they're evicting families. They're making families homeless across the U.S.
Spinach has about 2.9 grams of protein, stupid vegan world. It's not even, it's in 100 grams. That's not even enough to worth mentioning to even try eating. So I'm just commenting to another comment about the spinach having protein. And if we're both so dumb, I actually asked the question. It's so minuscule, it's not even worth counting. Far out. So then use crop waste to feed the soil rather than animals to get manure to benefit the soil. Well, that's what we were talking about before, another use of it. I mean, I don't even get hold of soy, do you? As meal or as a feed?
No,
We don't
it's
even
not.
get it to feed our chickens because we know
Yep.
that it's not good for them in the long term.
Oh yeah, I don't even feed. Like bagged pet food, because it's got got soybean oil and stuff in it.
Yeah, we watch what we get
I
our
make
dogs
it
as well.
myself. Yeah, I make it myself so that they're not being poisoned. Yeah, conspiracy. It's a
So do we have
conspiracy.
access to that Oxford study, or
I
is
don't
it
have a
something
link.
that's even available online? What would it be under? Oxford land use study? New estimates for the environmental cost of food. Oh, there's so many that have come up. So the crab, which study are you talking about? If you could
Here it is.
comment
I think
the name of it, I can look it up. It's all well and good to say there's these studies for all this, but exactly which study? They've done thousands.
I found it.
You found it?
Yeah.
On that particular thing he was talking about?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah. I found it. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, it's all well and good to make these claims. Righto.
Reducing food's environmental impacts through producers and consumers. Abstract. Food's environmental impacts created by millions of diverse producers. We consolidated data covering 5 environmental indicators. 38,700 farms, 1,600 processors, packaging types, and retailers. Impact can vary 50-folds among producers of the same product, creating substantial mitigation opportunities. However, mitigation is complicated by trade-offs. Multiple ways for producers to achieve low impacts and interactions through the supply chain. Producers have limits on how far they can reduce impacts. Most strikingly, impacts on the lowest impact animal products typically exceed those of vegetable substitutes, providing new evidence for the importance of dietary change. Cumulatively, our findings support an approach where producers monitor their own impacts, flexibly meet environmental targets by choosing from multiple practices, and communicate their impacts to consumers. And then
which university recently? Oh, you got to pay for access. So what's the point of it?
Yeah, let's see if we can.
Bloody pay gates, I hate them. Paywalls, what do you want to call them? Which university recently changed their menu to vegan? Was it Oxford or another one?
I don't remember, but yeah, there was one.
Yeah.
At least one.
Because that would also show a bit of bias, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
surely. But that also depends on when that study was published online too.
This says 2018.
Oh, so that was well before that.
Let's see. This might
menu
be
change happened.
Yeah, they're only giving the abstract. They're not allowing us to see the guts.
Cambridge, apparently, did the vegan menu, I think.
Oh, this might be the whole thing. This looks like it's the whole thing.
Thanks, Infinity.
Okay, let's see what was the number that he claimed was.
Oh, I need to go back up.
What was the percent?
Is it something like 70 or something? Well, considering switching to plants has been shown to potentially reduce land use by 70%, according to Oxford.
Okay. So I'm going to look for 70 in here.
I honestly don't see how it would reduce, considering that we'd need to, if there's no animal product, we'd have to, like you said before, we'd have to provide more protein, seen as though we require protein in our diet.
Yeah, there's no 70 in the entire.
And considering that, as he mentioned before, there's only 1% of vegans. Well, that would require that we would need more crops to feed 8 billion people. It would increase land use.
Yeah. I think if it says anything like that, what we're going to find is probably claims kind of like what they've been doing with soybean, where they've been saying, well, because by weight, since we're and these are the tricks that we see also with the literature put out by the Bill and Melinda Gates
Foundation,
is they'll use these tricks of these math tricks where they'll say, and we've been over this, 90% of the soybeans are processed, and it separates the meal from the oil. The meal is fed to the livestock, and the oil goes to human consumption. The meal weighs 80%, and the oil weighs 20%. Therefore, livestock are responsible for 80% of all soybean cultivation. That's literally what they do.
You're not looking at it that they want the oil, so they're growing the soybean to get to the oil, which is what they want. And I don't mean vegans, and I'm not blaming vegans for that particularly, but it's what it's grown for, and it just happens to be used in their products to provide the protein that human beings require as part of their diet. If it wasn't for the oil, it wouldn't be grown at all.
Oh, I think I see what they're doing. Yeah. So what they're doing,
61%. That's still not 70. I seen that there was a 61% up on one of the other search results you found.
Yeah, I think he lied about the 70%. But here's what I think that they're doing is let's see. I'll look it up on another tab and pull it up. Yeah, let's change it up here so we can see. I'll show you what they're doing. So what is arable versus non-arable? Arable land is suitable for cropping on a regular basis, whereas non-arable land is not capable of supporting cropping due to land and soil constraints. And so
he's just actually, if you have a look in the comments, he's just pasting extracts from the document. And I'm sure he's just copied and pasted it because he, yeah, and then I don't know.
here's a good one.
I'm just looking at the land use stuff that he's just posted. If there's only 1% of vegans and we get rid of livestock, we've still got to feed the other 99% of the population. Regardless of what this study is saying, we would need to grow more crops to feed more people, to provide enough nutrients for people to survive. I don't know how that is not understandable.
So here's the Bill and Melinda Gates, Our World in Data. And, what's interesting about their literature is they word things in a way that makes it seem like, for instance, the majority of soybeans are grown for livestock, which is false. But they'll also put the truth in there. So you have to flesh it out, but the truth is there.
It's like their favorite little chart. If they read down the right-hand side of it, it actually shows the breakdown and indicates exactly what it's for.
But right here, the agricultural area use is divided into 3 categories. Arable land, which can support crops, is 28% of the global agricultural area. Permanent crops is 3% of the agricultural area, and that's like meadows and that's like orchards. The trees are permanent.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then permanent meadows and pastures, which is 69%. So you've got, and this is probably where he's getting that 70%. He's
they're magically thinking that if we get rid of livestock, all the meadows and pastures would suddenly be not used anymore.
Right. And that somehow is a benefit to us, when really we've already proven tonight that managed properly, remember the bison example? The guy was rebuilding the soil with the bison.
Yep.
So what the vegans want to do is they want to take operations like that, where we're sequestering atmospheric carbon and putting it back into the soil carbon bank so that the soil can absorb water again, so that we don't have hydrophobic soil causing flooding. So that's what the vegans want to do. They want to shut down these regenerative operations that are healing the earth. And they do that by phrasing things in a very dishonest way, by saying we can reduce agricultural land use by 70% if we get rid of livestock agriculture.
Yeah, but what's going to repair the land?
Yeah, they don't want to repair the land. They actually hate the earth. They hate the environment. They hate human beings. They hate the animals. And so they'll come on here and that's what they're doing is that this is another half truth. If they were to be honest, they'd say, well, we could reduce, agricultural land use by 70%. However, I'm going to be honest with you, that is non-arable land. And the only way that we could ever make it arable, and it could be made arable, but we would need to move livestock in there and regenerate that soil using bison or cattle or sheep or goats.
And in some cases, it would have to be all the rocks and stuff would have to be removed.
Yeah.
Because they do that now where they crop. They've got machines that go across them and pick the rocks up.
Yeah. And it depends on the size of the rock. Those machines, the rocks, there are rocks on the non-arable portions of my property that there's no machine that can pick up like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
These are boulders. These are like, landscaping boulders that
he couldn't even roll them with an excavator. Some of them.
Yeah, and there's not just like a couple of them.
No, I could imagine
thousands and thousands of them.
Because that's one of the things that the old farmers talk about, having to go through the paddock, and that was one of their chores, picking the rocks up out of the cropping areas.
Yeah, I've actually got there's an ancient rock fence around all of my quote semi-arable, been growing hay on them all these years.
Oh, yeah.
Not me, my father and my grandfather, and probably the people that owned the farm in the 50s and before that. But
well, I'm pretty sure most of the rock walls that you see in the UK, they were probably built the same way. They've picked the rocks up out of the paddocks, and instead of just piling them up, we can make fences out of these.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did.
Making a best use out of them.
Yeah.
I mean, even around here, you can go sort of not so much where we are, but more inland. There's farms where they've got big, huge rock piles where they've been picking them up over years and years and years. Because run a machine over it, it's just going to break the machine. So they've got to pick them up.
Yeah, they got to pick them up. And like I say, the rocks that are in that rock wall, that rock fence that I'm telling you about, these are the size of rocks you could pick up. Like one man could pick them up, a strong man. But
I can imagine
the rocks that are up on the hill, like the rocky hill, are boulders. They're not a rock that you could move.
Had, stories where the telecom cables were get put through back in the 70s, I think it was, down through Wilmot, and there was rocks that their excavators picked up, and they're using 250-ton excavators, they're big bloody things, and they could only just pick the rocks up that's in our friend's paddock. And even then, the excavator was like this, just to move it out of their way, just so they could run cable through. So yeah, there's some big rocks around.
Yeah. Yeah. So when they say we could save the land, if we got rid of livestock, we could save the land. The truth is that the livestock are doing something for the land.
They're doing the best job.
Yeah. There's nothing better that we could do with that non-arable. This 69% of all arable.
Yeah. It's not extra work that we have to go and do. We can just leave them to it. Go do something else. Just let them do their thing. So that was fun. He's still going.
Is he still going?
He's answering to someone else now, the crabby.
Baseless claims. He says. Baseless claims.
But I think he was answering to the comment above him. Possibly.
Ben's got it. Ben Darling. Ben Darling. Yeah, here's another good one. So if we got rid of soy, then we would need to replace it with something. Your arguments.
Which is what I've been saying.
Yeah.
No, I think he's answering to Crab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just debunked him. You know, he's saying that, oh, we could save 70% of agricultural land. We wouldn't have to use it. We could rewild it. Well, rewilding it is not going to heal the soil. In
Well,
order
it's
to
interesting. Interesting him saying that, and then calling what we're saying about the Wherefore conspiracy. That's one of WEF's things that they want to do, is net zero and rewilding. So where did he get that rewilding from? If he's not reading what the WEF's been saying.
Right.
I mean, he could have seen it somewhere else, but that's where it originates from. They're talking about rewilding these areas. Yeah, I think there's a similar thing in the UK in Fenny with the soil being tapped out. I think on Clarkson's farm, he made a mention in season 1 about they've only got so many years before the soil's no good anymore.
Yeah, I was just going to pull that up to see.
Yeah, and Fenny commented that at the bottom there.
Yeah, I'm going to pull that up here.
It's been an interesting show, Vad. He hasn't been carrying on about a lot of stuff, but he's been bringing up snippets of information like that. Like, we've only got so many years before the soil's no good, and he's been interesting, Jeremy, with that show. But I think they don't want to overload the audience with too much information. So it's been interesting. So it's just, if we get rid of soy, then we would need to replace it with something. Your arguments make, and that's what I was saying. You know, I mean, if it's 1% of the population want to get rid of 99% of population's main diet, which is meat or animal agriculture, well, then the plant cropping needs to increase to be able to replace it. Like,
yeah, so what they want to do,
all these numbers that they keep coming up with, it's just logical sense.
So what these vegans want to do is they want to remove livestock from the picture, and they want to ramp up crop agriculture. And already crop agriculture has gotten us into a bind where we only have 60 years of topsoil left because of the constant degradation. And we've covered that already tonight as far as what the tillage is doing to the soil. Tillage
and runoff
degrades. Well, yeah. Well, it's not just the runoff. The tillage causes, first of all, it causes let's list all the things that tillage does. First of all, it turns the soil over and causes an influx of oxygen into the soil. That influx of oxygen causes a bacterial bloom, and that bacterial bloom burns off tons and tons of carbon. Now that carbon is no longer in the soil, it's in the atmosphere. So that's the first thing it does. Now, by doing that, you degrade the soil's ability to absorb and hold water. That is number 2. So that pushes you towards desertification.
The next thing hydrophobic.
Correct. The next thing that it does is just below the reach of the plow, where it never, because you can't just make the plow deeper and deeper and deeper every time. You can only reach so far down with a plow. So just below the reach of the plow, you cause a compaction called a hard pan, which is like a layer of Teflon. So now the water cannot infiltrate. That's number 3. By causing that hard pan, what you do is you reduce the amount of water that the soil can absorb during a heavy rainfall. If the water can't absorb into the ground, then what you have is flooding. And so now the flooding causes erosion. Okay. And now you've also got wind erosion because
Yeah.
because the wind will blow. That's what the dust bowls were about.
Yep.
And now you've got the sun beating down on the bare soil, and that causes the soil to become so hot that it kills the soil biota. So it kills all of the soil life, which would have had a synergistic relationship with any vegetation growing there.
Yep.
So that's 7 negative things. The next thing that happens is because the soil is beating down on the sun is beating down on the soil now has become extremely hot. Extremely hot soil causes vertical winds. They're called convection currents, and they're strong. Paragliders seek out tilled agricultural land because of the strong upward winds. Those hot convection currents blow away would-be precipitation events. That also causes desertification because it reduces rainfall in the area. There's more. You've got because of the flooding, all of the chemicals that they spray on the cropland now gets washed into the tributaries, and it kills all of the fish and the amphibians. And then that tributary goes into a river, and it kills more fish and amphibians. And then it makes it into the ocean, and you've got oceanic dead zones and red tides and dead manatees and dead dolphins and death.
That's right. And this is also why I know they keep bringing up the thing about dairy dumping into streams. In Australia, at least, it's illegal because it creates milk. When they dump milk out, creates hypoxia. It starves the water, oxygen out of the water. So it's illegal to dump milk and waste products into streams in Australia, at least I know for a fact.
Yeah.
So,
well, it shouldn't. No one should ever even think of doing that. It's a
No.
great way to help regenerate the soil.
Well, that's right. A lot of
the soil life would love that milk.
They collect, yes, and they collect the effluent and they spray that on the pasture too. And then you can't put the animals on there for, I think it's at least 7 days. And they often irrigate to allow that effluent that they put on to get down into the soil. What's this? Oh, who gets the bulk of their protein from oil? What?
Yeah, this is someone playing stupid. They're saying, well, what do we need soy? Why would we need to grow soy for protein? Because if soybeans are for oil, oil is not protein. You know, I've already covered this tonight. We showed how the growing vegan population is driving the soybean market because of the soybean protein demands.
Yeah, they're using the argument that it's the meal that's driving it when it's not. They love cows so much, yet they don't do jack. I think he means the vegans.
Yeah, that's what they're talking
They
about.
don't do anything about them, but
they love cows, but they don't appreciate what they do.
About them. They want to remove them.
Yeah, they love cows, but they won't appreciate what the cows do for the soil.
No.
Give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, that's right. They're all part of the biogenic process or cycle.
So they asked us to debunk that study. We just did.
Mm-hmm.
In spades.
Yeah, well, it shows where that number has come from.
Yeah, it comes from the non-arable land, the non-arable agricultural area that can't grow crops. And the best way to rebuild soil is with animals.
That's right. It's the best use of that land, really.
It's the absolute best use of
So
it.
that explains why they're saying, well, we get rid of the animals, we're reducing the agricultural land use.
Yeah, by 70%, because 70% is being used to feed livestock because it can't grow crops.
Right.
But the livestock are out there
repairing the land.
repairing the land. And that's what the vegans don't want. They
Mm.
don't want that.
Which I don't understand. It's just something wrong with their heads, I think.
Well,
The crab must have disappeared.
yeah, I think he got debunked. He got debunked hard, kind of pile drived.
Yeah,
Pile
somebody
drive is-
else was arguing with him too. Infinity was arguing with him as well. Anyway, must be getting close to your bedtime.
Yeah, it is. It's time. It's time for us. Time for us to hang it up. We've been going for almost 6 hours.
Oh, geez. I think my wife's back from Launceston. She had her brother down over the weekend.
This was a marathon.
Most of the soy goes to oil animal feed. What? Not
Most of the
used to
soy
make-
goes to
oh
oil
my God.
and animal feed, not used to make tofu, mock meat. So how are vegans driving it?
So 7% on that Our World in Data chart was indicated that it was directly grown for animals.
Say what?
Wasn't the 7% or something that Our World in Data chart showed was directly grown for livestock?
Yeah.
But that would only be swine and fowl.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But he says most of the soy goes to oil and animal feed. What he's saying is that,
Is he agreeing with us?
well,
I don't know.
he's agreeing with us on the first sentence.
Hmm.
But then on the second sentence, he's saying vegans are not driving the soybean market forward because of the small amount
Not used for
that's used for tofu and mock meats.
But it's not just for that.
Yeah.
There's other food products that soy is used for as well. I'm not going to sit here and list every single bloody product that's made for it, but it's also going to other products that vegans don't eat as well. And it doesn't need to. It's because it's poison, basically.
Well, let me explain why.
And some's going to biofuel and vegetable oil.
Yeah, but let me explain why vegans are driving the soybean market forward right now. It's not that the soybean market is 100% reliant upon vegans. It's that they are one of a few elements that are driving it forward from where it is. They're driving it forward.
So more of their food relies on it.
Yeah. Believe it or not, you can take the same product, and this is true for lots of different things, that there are products that are, it's the same product, different packaging, different market. So you can have the same product that is marketed for human consumption, and you'll get 10 times more profit than if you take that same product and put it in a different package with an animal picture on it, and you sell it to the animal food or whatever market it is. If it's marketed and sold for animals, there'll be less profit. And if it's marketed and sold for human consumption, there'll be more profit. And so if you can take soybean meal and make it edible for humans and sell it on the human market, then your profit margins are going to be much, much higher. That's just a fact. You don't need a meta analysis. This is just simple market facts. Anything sold for human consumption, even if it's the same product, it's going to be more expensive if you buy it for human beings. That's just here's an example. I drink colostrum milkshakes. I buy colostrum powder, and I drink those milkshakes because they have something in there that helps the immune system.
Okay, yeah. I've heard good things about it.
And so you can buy colostrum for animals, and it's the same thing that they're packaging and selling for human consumption.
Yeah, we usually keep some on hand when we're lambing.
Yeah. So the human marketed colostrum powder is 3 or 4 times more expensive than what you can buy for livestock.
Because it's
But
just
it's the
marketed
same
into a
stuff.
different, even though it's just marketed into a different area.
Right. It's just a different packaging, different market target, just different target audience. But anything that's sold for human consumption is going to have a higher profit margin.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And so that is why the vegan movement right now is not shouldering the entire weight of the soybean market, but it is driving it forward because it's a new market that they're tapping into with all of these mock meats and an increase in soy products.
Yep.
And that's their plan. That's Bayer Monsanto's plan, is not to phase out soybean. It's to transition from feeding soybean meal to livestock to feeding soybean meal to humans. Which is proof that the soybean cultivation is not going to decrease under a vegan rule. It's going to increase.
We'll have to feed all the people.
Yeah. So all of the problems that soybeans are causing in a vegan world would have to be blamed 100% on vegans, because we would all be vegans whether we liked it or not.
Well, I don't know about you, but I don't think it'll be happening here.
Well, it may not happen on your farm, but the general public does not have access to meat unless these big corporations are providing it, and your place is not big enough to mass.
It wouldn't be
supply.
on the market. Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't be in their eyesight.
Yeah. So what they'd like to do is make it a non-choice for us. They can do that because of the large meat companies, and I guarantee you it's going to be true in Australia as well. Look into it. You see the companies that supply the meat at the supermarket are members of the WEF, and the WEF is an anti-meat organization.
So even though they're saying you'll have that much meat on your plate every week is what they're recommending, it'll soon be that.
Yeah.
That's just to get you used to eating less meat, and it'll be less and less and less until they eventually just phase it out altogether. I wonder what will happen to wild population of ruminants. They've already been killed, most of them, haven't they? So I'm just reading one of the comments on here.
Yeah, I see that. It's I think here on the North American continent, within the borders of what is now the United States, there was once about 80 million deer, and that's been whittled down now to 25 million. And that's probably one of our major ruminant populations.
Hunting boys.
Yeah. So there was a pre-European settlement. We had about 160 million ruminants. And when you count the pronghorn, the deer, we had mule deer, we had white-tailed deer, we had bison, we had elk, we had mountain goat, mountain sheep, moose. What else? There's some I'm forgetting one, but when you add, and I had to get these. I've actually got them. Gonna do a video on this, but I was able to go through, and I couldn't get it all in one source. I had to use about 10 different sources to get all of those populations. But when you add all of those populations up, it's about 160 million ruminants that we had in the continental United States.
We've decimated them.
And now we've got 90 million domestic ruminants, and we've got about 25 million wild ruminants. So in total, we've got about 115 million ruminants total, and we used to have 160 million. So we're down by about 50 million or so.
That must have been where I got the 200 billion from before, like rounding up.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. People still consume a lot less calories than cows.
Oh, fuck me, dude. Are you as big as a cow? Fuck me, dude. So they're going back to calories.
Cows digest cellulose, you brainlet. God.
And they also eat most of the day too. They graze all day.
And also most of those ruminants are on non-arable land.
That's a bold claim. That was
eating vegetation that humans cannot digest.
Yep, that's it.
It's made a fool of yourself. You're actually exhibiting malice.
But you're psychic, aren't you?
Of course.
That's Infinity saying.
It comes with eating meat. Well, to a vegan, it probably seems like.
So you're not smooth brain. You're not smooth brain.
Oh, yeah. Vegans look at a normal person thinking critically, and they think that there's some type of supernatural shit going on.
A conspiracy. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Well, because we think critically. It's a conspiracy. You're not supposed to think
You're
critically.
a conspiracy theorist.
You sound like you're getting tired, actually.
I am finally getting tired, yeah. Okay.
I think it's almost time to go and have some lamb chops, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, listen to this. Hey, this guy's going to keep me up all night. Most cows don't go outside. Most aren't grazing.
What the fuck? Where do you get that from? Are you going by the cows, the dairy cows, and possibly some of the non-dairy cows in the UK, where they house them over winter time? And even sometimes when they're actually let back out onto the pasture, they don't want to leave the barn.
Yeah, look at this. All cattle are grass-fed.
Yeah. Caleb actually, in a video recently from Clarkson's farm, and somebody asked him about this, and his answer went along something along the lines of if they allowed the cows out or livestock out on the pasture during wintertime when it's mostly wet and sometimes snowing in a lot of areas, the animals would destroy the paddocks and the pasture, and they would have no feed for them in the summertime to graze on. That's one of the reasons why they house them, apart from the weather. So there's reasons why they do it. That literally is a conspiracy. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I don't know who he's answering to. Maybe to Infinity.
Well, Dennis, let's.
Yeah, it's just going around in circles now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my wife's probably wondering where I am. Seeing as I wasn't inside to welcome her home back from Launceston.
I'm glad that Stupid Vegan World is saying stupid stuff like this right here.
It just looks
because I can make an example out of them later.
Oh, most cows are
after I get some
farm.
sleep. Yeah.
Do some research, dude. Like, really? Come on.
Well, most cattle in the United States are.
I guess by number they probably are.
Yeah, but when we say factory farm, that doesn't mean that they're there from cradle to grave. That means that at the end of their life, they enter a concentrated feedlot, and that's a scenario that both Dennis and I are against. We don't like, we don't approve of
No.
that type of finishing.
No, not at all.
We like the grass finished, not the grain finished. However, all of the cows that are grain finished spend most of their life on pasture eating grass. And that said,
Brad's actually agreeing with us underneath that last comment. That's true for pigs. There's a lot more people now grazing pigs. I could probably guess more so in the systems like we're using. I know Carnivore is vegan, lets her pigs run around. They're not in a situation where they're in like a feedlot situation. And I think more people are doing it that way now too, even for pigs. Chickens are definitely out running around.
Yeah, well, it's especially right now with the grain costs going up. All the feed costs are going way up. So you've got crop farmers are going back to the animal farmers begging for them to sell them manure because they put caps on synthetic nitrogen. The livestock farmers are transitioning to regenerative rotational grazing because the feed, buying the feedstuffs is too expensive. So they're going back to, the old style before the Industrial Revolution. So and maybe it's backfiring on these people where they think that they're actually going to destroy agriculture as a whole, and what they're actually going to do is stimulate both crop agriculture and animal agriculture to come together. To come together and reintroduce
and not rely on their system.
Right, drop their system like a hot potato. And someone like, hopefully, they'll be following the Gabe Brown template.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Joel Salatin.
And all those guys.
There's a lot more getting on board on it too, which is great.
Every day there's more and more and more. So deal with it, vegans. Deal with it. All right. Well, I'm going to be organizing a live stream here pretty soon, going over that review that David Rams and Chris Hines did.
I'll have to get it. Watch that.
We're going to destroy that. We're going to expose them. But
I mean, they're pretty much, as you said, they're pretty much debunked most of it themselves. So.
Yeah, they have, but it's going to make it's going to make a really good video, and it'll be something that can be shared, so that their propaganda can be, that the harm that their propaganda can potentially do can be nipped in the bud.
I'm just reading some of the other comments that are coming up. Mr. Crab.
Yeah.
Scaring cows?
I like this one. Tell us about scaring cows to get them to lactate while you're at it, because that's how we get women to breastfeed, right?
Boom. In The Office. Did you see that episode of The Office when Dwight was trying to get Pam to lactate by scaring her? Oh no, by crying like a baby. That's what it was. You've seen it. he ends up getting it. Yeah, ends up happening at the end of the episode, I think. Oh my god! Ask your vegan buddies about it. It's to do with hormones, which are utterly negligible in cow meat. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I don't know about scaring cows to make them lactate, but anyway, I've never heard of it before.
Oh my gosh.
No, he's saying he hasn't heard of it either. The crab. New to me. Anyway, that's not letting you go to bed.
I'm ready.
You'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
As
sleep
long,
in
as,
a
long
little
as,
bit in the morning.
as long as we don't see someone streaking across the back of your video and you taking off.
Yeah. I think that happened to Jason once.
Yeah, I think that might have been off camera, thankfully. It must have been the only way to get him off the
right. Hey, look over here. Well, thanks for coming, Dennis. I appreciate you
No
showing
worries,
up.
anytime. It was interesting. I learned a little bit more too, which is always a good thing.
Yeah. Me too.
Lol, it's vegan fairy
too.
tales.
And then just a reminder to everyone that's in the chat right now or watching that we did post some good links. Dennis provided some good resources for regenerative agriculture and stuff.
Yeah, do watch them if you're interested.
So go back, thumb through there and find those links because there's some good resources there.
It'll answer a lot of questions that people have, especially when they don't understand what regen is and they want to learn more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, Dennis. And
no worries. Have a good night.
Be talking to you soon. Thanks again.
Thank you to your wife for letting you stay up.
Absolutely. I'll tell her you said so.
No worries. Catch you, JD. Thank you.
Right.
Bye.
All right. Bye, Dennis. All right, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Love you all. Not so much the vegans, but all my supporters. The few supporters I've got. Thank you.